This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents World of Warcraft, Vol'jin, Shadows of the Horde, by Michael A. Stackpole. Read by Scott Brick.
To all the World of Warcraft players who have taken a fascinating world and made it that much more fun. Especially those who, through random acts of buffery, have saved me more than once. Chapter 1. Brewmaster Chen Stormstout couldn't think of anything he didn't like. There certainly were some things he liked less than others. For example, he wasn't terribly fond of waiting for his latest brew to ferment and mature to the point where he could sample it. That wasn't because he was anxious to know how it tasted. He had that figured out already. It would be fantastic. What he liked less about waiting was that it gave him all sorts of time to think of new brews with new ingredients, and he wanted to dive right in and work on them. But brewing took time and care. With the equipment at the brewery fully involved in the last batch, waiting to develop a new batch was his only option. That meant he had to find something to do by way of distraction. Otherwise, waiting and planning and brewing things up in his mind would drive him crazy. Out in the world, in the lands of Azeroth, finding distraction had been easy. There was always someone who didn't like you, or a hungry creature that wanted to eat you, and discouraging both did wonders to occupy an idle mind. And then there were places that had once been, or were becoming, something else that might be again what they were. On his travels, he'd seen many of those places and more, and had even helped make some into something. Chen sighed and looked toward the center of the sleepy fishing village. There his niece, Lily, was entertaining a dozen of Binan village's cubs, most of them residents, some of them refugees. Chen was pretty sure she had intended to tell them stories of her travels on Shenzin Su, the great turtle, but this plan had gone awry. Or maybe she was still telling a story but had enlisted their aid in acting out a scene. Clearly the story of a fight, and one that apparently involved her being swarmed over by a pack of young Pandaren. "Is everything going well, Lily?" The slender girl somehow surfaced from amid a boiling sea of black and white fur. "Perfectly well, Uncle Chen." The frustration in her eyes belied her words. She reached down, plucked one scrawny boy from the pack and tossed him aside, then disappeared beneath a wave of shrieking cubs. Chen thought to step in, but hesitated. Lily was in no real danger, and she was a strong-willed girl. If she needed help, she'd ask for it eventually. To intervene before that would make her think he doubted she could take care of herself. She'd sulk for a bit, and he just hated when she did that. She'd also be outraged and then would go do something to prove she could take care of herself, and that might land her in even greater trouble. Though that was his primary line of reasoning, the whispers and tutting from the two Chang sisters gave him further cause to hold back. The two of them were old enough to remember when Lu Lang had first departed Pandaria, or so they said. Though their fur ran much more to white than black, save where they darkened it around their eyes, Chen assumed they weren't quite that old. They'd spent all their lives in Pandaria, and very little of them in the company of those who had lived on the Wandering Isle. They'd developed opinions of those who chased the turtle, and Chen had taken a delight in confounding them by acting against type. Lily, in their eyes, was purely one of the turtle's wild dogs. Impulsive and practical, quick to action, and a bit prone to overestimation of her own abilities, Lili was a fine example of a Pandaren accepting the philosophy of Huaojin. It was people of such an adventurous spirit who had departed on the turtle or adventured in Outland. Such conduct, in the minds of the Chang sisters, simply was not to be condoned or given any credit. Nor were those who did such things. Chen, were he of a nature to dislike things, certainly would dislike the Chang sisters. He'd actually taken a liking to them. In addition to fixing up the Storm Stout brewery and concocting fantastic beverages, he'd wandered Pandaria to learn more about the place he'd determined would be his home. He'd seen them, two maiden sisters, struggling with a small garden patch that had gone untended during the Yongle siege, and had offered to help. They'd not so much as replied to him, but he'd pitched in anyway. He repaired fences and weeded. He laid down new stones for the path to their door. He entertained their great-grand cubs by breathing fire. He swept, hauled water, and piled up firewood. He did that under their disapproving stares, and only because, beneath it all, he read disbelief in their eyes. He'd worked long and hard without their speaking a word to him before he first heard their voices. They didn't speak to him or with him or even really at him. They spoke toward him while speaking to each other. The elder had said, "It is the sort of day that Tiger Gurami would be nice." The younger merely nodded. Chen knew it was a command, and he complied. He did so carefully. He fished 3 gurami out of the ocean. The first fish he threw back. The last one he kept for the sisters, and the largest he gave to a refugee fishwife and her 5 cubs, because her husband was still one of the missing. He'd known that giving the sisters the first fish would have been seen as a sign of his being hasty. To give them all 3 would show he was prone to proud displays of excess. To give them the biggest, which was more than they could eat, would show a lack of discretion and calculation. But in doing what he did, he demonstrated reason, consideration, and charity. Chen did understand that his exercise of dealing with the sisters wasn't likely to win him friends or patronage. Many others he'd known in his travels would have considered them ungrateful and ignored them. For Chen, however, they were a means through which he could learn about Pandaria and the people who would become his neighbors. Maybe even my family. If Lili was an exemplar of the Huaojin philosophy, then the Chang sisters represented believers in the Tushui. They were given to far more contemplation. They measured acts against the ideals of justice and morality. Though both could easily be a narrow, parochial, small village version of those grander notions. In fact, grand notions of justice and morality might seem far too ostentatious for the likes of the Chang sisters. Chen liked to think of himself as being firmly in the middle. He mixed and matched both Huaojin and Tushui, or so he told himself. More realistically, he tended toward Huaojin when adventuring in the wider world. Here in Pandaria, with the verdant valleys and tall mountains, with most people enjoying a simple lifestyle, Tushui seemed just the thing. Deep down, that was what Chen needed distraction from. It wasn't about new brewing projects, but the knowledge that someday, at some point, he would have to choose one philosophy or the other. If he did make Pandaria his home, if he found a wife and started a family, the days of adventuring would vanish. He'd just become a roly-poly brewmaster, armored with an apron, haggling with farmers over the price of grain and with customers over the price of a mug. That wouldn't be a bad life. Not bad at all. Chen neatly stacked firewood for the sisters. But would it be enough? cub's shrieks again attracted his attention. Lily was down and wasn't getting up. Something sparked inside him, that ancient call to battle. He had so many stories of great conflicts. He'd fought alongside Rexar and Vol'jin and Thrall. Rescuing his niece would be nothing compared to those battles, and recounting those tales would make his brewery very popular. But taking action fed something within him, something that defied Tushui. Chen jogged over and waded into the roiling pile of bodies. He grabbed cubs by the scruff of their necks and tossed them to one side and the other. Being mostly muscle and fur, they bounced and rolled and twisted around. A few bumped against one another, with parts pointing up that should have pointed down. They untangled themselves and scrambled to their feet, ready to dive back in. Chen growled with just that right mix of gentle warning and true menace. The cubs froze. The elder Pandaren straightened up, and by instinct, so did most of the cubs. What exactly was going on here? One of the bolder cubs, Keng Na, pointed toward a recumbent Lili. Mistress Lili was teaching us to fight. What I witnessed wasn't fighting. It was brawling. Chen shook his head, exaggerating the action. That will not do. Not at all. Not if the Yongle return. You are to have proper training. Now, look smart. Chen snapped to attention as he gave the command, and the cubs mimicked him perfectly. Chen fought to hide a smile as he dispatched the cubs, singly and in groups, to fetch more wood, to haul water, and to get sand for the sisters' pathway and brooms to smooth it down. He clapped his paws sharply, and they sprung to their tasks like arrows loosed from taut bows. He waited until they'd all disappeared before he offered Lili a paw. She looked at it, her nose wrinkled with disgust. I would have won. Of course. But that wasn't the point, was it? It wasn't? No. You were teaching them a sense of camaraderie. They're a little squad now. Chen smiled. A bit of discipline, some division of labor, and they might be useful. He added volume to the last phrase for the sisters, since they'd seen that initial benefit. Lili looked at his paw suspiciously, then took it and used it to steady herself as she stood. She tugged her robe into place and reknotted the sash. Worse than swarming kobolds. Of course. They are Pandaren. This, too, he said loudly, so the Chang sisters could take it in. He lowered his voice again. I admire your restraint. You aren't kidding. She rubbed her left forearm. Someone was biting in there. As well you know, someone is always biting in a fight. Lili thought for a moment, then smiled. No escaping that. And thank you. For? Unburying me. Oh, that was me being selfish. I was done hauling for the day. No Grummel here to help. So that's a detail for your little army. Lili cocked an eyebrow. You're not fooling me. Chen pulled his head high and looked down at her. You can't imagine that I might think a niece of mine, who is a well-trained martial artist in her own right, would need my help with cubs. I mean, if I thought that, I'd simply not help you. You'd be no niece of mine. She paused, her face scrunching up. Chen could see in the quick movement of her eyes the way she was working through that logic. Okay. Yes, Uncle Chen. Thank you. Chen laughed and draped an arm over her shoulder. It is tiring work dealing with cubs. True. In my case, of course, I had only one to deal with, but she was a pawful. Lili dug an elbow into his ribs. Still am. and I could not be prouder. I think you could. She spun from beneath his arm. Are you disappointed that I haven't asked if I can work with you at the brewery? Whatever would have given you that idea? She shrugged uneasily and glanced off toward the Valley of the Four Winds, where the Storm Stout brewery was. When you're there, you are happy. I see that. You love it so. Chen smiled wryly. I do. And do you want to know why I haven't asked you to cease wandering and join me there? Her face brightened. Yes, I want to know. It is because, my dearest niece, I need a partner who will still adventure. If I need Duratarian mosses from deep inside caves, who will fetch them? And at a good price. The brewery means I have responsibilities. I can't be gone for months or years at a time. So I need someone I can trust, and someone who, someday, can come back and take over for me. But I'm not cut out to be that sort of brewmaster. Chen waved away that objection. Sedentary brewmasters I can hire. Only a Storm Stout can run the brewery. Maybe I will hire a cute brewmaster, though. And you can marry him, and my cubs will inherit? Lily shook her head. You'll have a brood of cubs next time I see you, I'm sure. But I'll always be happy to see you, Lily. Always. Chen suspected Lily would have given him a hug, and he'd have gladly returned it, save for two things. First, the sisters were watching, and displays of emotion would make them uncomfortable. More important, however, was that Keng Na came dashing through their vegetable garden, howling, eyes wide. Master Chen! Master Chen! There's a monster in the river! A big monster! He's blue and has red hair and he's awful cut up. He's clinging to the bank. He has claws! Lily, gather the cubs. Keep them away from the water. Don't follow me. She stared at him. But what if... If I need your help, I'll shout. Go, quickly. He glanced at the sisters. It looks as if it might storm. You might consider going inside and locking the door. They stared defiantly at him for a moment, but uttered not a word. He sprinted off, cutting around the garden, and oriented himself on the wooden bucket Keng Na had abandoned. Tracing the boy's path through flattened weeds to the river bank wasn't hard, and Chen was halfway down the embankment when he saw the monster, and recognized it immediately. A troll. Keng Na had been right. The troll had been hacked badly. His clothing hung in tatters, and the flesh beneath was not in much better shape. The troll had half pulled himself out of the river. Clawed hands and a tusk thrust into the clay bank were the only things that anchored him. Chen dropped to a knee and turned the troll onto his back. Volchin! Chen stared at him and the ruin of his throat. If not for the rasp of breath through the hole in his neck and the bloody red seepage from the wounds, the Pandaren would have imagined his old friend to be dead. And he might still die. Chen grabbed Vol'jin's arms and pulled him from the river. It wasn't easy. Scrabbling came from higher up the bank, and then Lili was at Vol'jin's left shoulder, helping her uncle. The Pandaran's eyes met. I thought I heard you yell. Maybe I did. Chen bent low to the ground, then lifted the troll in his arms. My friend Vol'jin is badly hurt. Maybe poisoned. I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know if he will live. That's Vol'jin. From all your stories. Lili stared wide-eyed at the mangled creature. What are you going to do? I'll do what we can for him here. Chen looked up toward Kunlai Summit and the Shadowpan Monastery built high upon it. Then I guess I'll take him there and see if the monks have room for another of my foundlings. Chapter 2. Vol'jin, shadow hunter of the Darkspear tribe, could not imagine a worse nightmare. He could not move, not a muscle, not even to open his eyes. His limbs remained stiff. Whatever bound them felt as heavy as ship's cable and stouter than steel chain. It hurt to breathe, and he could not do so deeply. He would have abandoned the effort, but the pain and weary fear that he might stop kept him going. As long as he could dread not breathing, he was alive. But do I be so? For now, my son, for now. Vol'jin recognized his father's voice in an instant, yet knew he'd not actually heard it with his ears. He tried to turn his head in the direction from which the words seemed to come. He couldn't, but his awareness did shift. He saw his father, Sen'jin, keeping pace with him, but not walking. They both moved, but Vol'jin knew not how or toward where. If I not be dead, then I must be alive. A voice, strong and low, came from the other side, from his left. That decision be still hanging in the balance, Vol'jin. The troll dragged his consciousness around to look toward that voice. A fearsome figure, troll in general aspect, with a face that looked to Vol'jin like a Rushka mask, studied him with pitiless eyes. Bwonsamdi, the Loa who served the trolls as the guardian of the dead, slowly shook his head. What be I making of you, Vol'jin? You dark spears be not offering me the sacrifices you should, yet I help you free your home from Zalazane. And now, you be clinging to life when you should be giving yourself to my care. Have I treated you badly? Be I unworthy of your worship? Vol'jin desperately wished his hands would curl into fists, but they remained weak and limp at the ends of dead arms. There be things I must do. The Loa laughed, the sound scourging Vol'jin's soul. Listen to your son, Sen'jin. Were I telling him it be his time, he would be telling me his needs are paramount. How be it you raised such a rebellious son? Sen'jin's laughter fell as a soothing, cool mist to bathe Vol'jin's tortured flesh. I taught him that the Loa respect strength. You be complaining he did not offer sufficient sacrifices. Now you be complaining that he wishes more time to offer greater sacrifices. Be I boring you so that you need my son to entertain you? Think you, Sen'jin, that his clinging to life is so he can be serving me? Vol'jin could feel his father's smile. My son may have many reasons, Bwonsamdi, but that one be serving your purposes should suffice for you. You would be telling me my business, Sen'jin. I be reminding you, Great Spirit, only of what you have long taught us to do in your service. Other laughter, distant laughter, rippled gently through Vol'jin. Other Loa. The high, keening tones of one laugh and the low rumble of another suggested Hirik and Shirvala were enjoying the exchange. Vol'jin took some pleasure in this, yet knew he would pay for that liberty. A growl rolled from Bwonsamdi's throat. Were you so easily convinced to surrender, Vol'jin, I should be rejecting you. You be no true child of mine. But, Shadow Hunter, know this. The battle you face be more terrible than any you have known before. You gonna be wishing you had surrendered, for the burden your victory earns gonna be one that will grind you into dust. In a heartbeat, Bwonsamdi's presence evaporated. Vol'jin sought his father's spirit. He found it close by, yet fading. Be I losing you again, father? You cannot lose me, Vol'jin, for I be part of you. As long as you be true to yourself, I gonna be with you always. Vol'jin sensed his father's smile again. And a father being as proud of his son as I be of you, gonna never let that son get away. His father's words, though demanding contemplation, provided enough comfort that Vol'jin did not fear for his life. He would live. He would continue to make his father proud. He would march straight into the terrible fate Bwonsamdi foresaw and deal with it in defiance of all predictions. With that conviction held firmly in mind, his breathing eased, his pain dulled, and he dropped into a black well of peace. When awareness came to him again, Vol'jin found himself whole and hale, strong of limb and standing tall. A fierce sun beat down on him as he stood in a courtyard with thousands of other trolls. They had nearly a head's height on him, yet none of them made an issue of it. In fact, none of them seemed to notice him at all. Another dream. A vision. He did not immediately recognize the place, though he had a sense that he'd been there before. Or rather, later, for this city had not surrendered to the surrounding jungle's invasion. The stone carvings on walls remained crisp and clear. Arches had not been shattered, cobbles had not been broken or scavenged, and the stepped pyramid before which they all stood had not been humbled by time's ravages. He stood amid a crowd of Zandalari, members of the troll tribe from which all other tribes had descended. They had become, over the years, taller than most and exalted. In the vision, they seemed less a tribe than a caste of priests, powerful and educated, quite apt for leading. But in Vol'jin's time, their ability to lead had degraded. It is because their dreams all be trapped here. This was the Zandalar Empire at the height of its power. It dominated Azeroth, but would fall victim to its own might. Greed and avarice would spark intrigues. Factions would split. New empires would rise, like the Gurubashi Empire, which would drive Vol'jin's Darkspear trolls into exile. Then it would fall too. The Zandalari hungered for a return to the time when they were ascendant. It was a time when trolls were a most noble race. The trolls, united, had risen to heights which someone like Garrosh Hellscream could not possibly dream existed. A sense of magic, ancient and powerful, flooded through Vol'jin, providing him the key to why he was seeing the Zandalari. Titan magic predated even the Zandalari. It was more powerful than they were. As high as the Zandalari had been above things that slithered and stung, so were the Titans above them. Likewise, their magic. Vol'jin moved through the crowd, as might a specter. The Zandalari faces glowed with fearsome smiles, the sort he'd seen on trolls when trumpets blared and drums pounded, inviting them to battle. Trolls were built to rend and slay. Azeroth was their world, and all in it were subject to their dominion. Though Vol'jin might differ with other trolls as to the identity of their enemies, he was no less fierce in battle, and vastly proud of how the Darkspears had conquered their foes and liberated the Echo Isles. So Bwonsamdi be mocking me with this vision. The Zandalari dreamed of empire, and Vol'jin wished the best for his people. Vol'jin knew the difference. It was simple enough to plan for slaughter, and far more complex to create a future. For a Loa who liked his sacrifices bloody and battle-torn, Vol'jin's vision held little appeal. Vol'jin ascended the pyramid. As he moved up, things became more substantial. Whereas before he had been in a silent world, he could now feel drums thrumming up through the stone. The breeze brushed over his light fur, tousled his hair. It brought with it the sweet scent of flowers, a scent just slightly sharper than that of spilled blood. The drumming pounded into him. His heart beat in time. Voices came to him, shouts from below, commands from above. He refused to retreat, but stopped climbing higher. It seemed he might be rising through time as he would be rising through lake water. If he reached the top, he would be there with the Zandalari and feel what they felt. He would know their pride. He would breathe in their dreams. He would become one with them. He would not allow himself that luxury. His dream for the Darkspear tribe might not have excited one Samdi, but it provided life for the Darkspears. The Azeroth the Zandalari had known had been utterly and irrevocably changed. Portals had been opened. New peoples had come through. Lands had been shattered, races warped, and more power released than the Zandalari knew existed. The disparate races, elves, humans, trolls, orcs, and even goblins, among others, had united to defeat Deathwing, creating a power structure that revolted and offended the Zandalari. The Zandalari hungered to re-establish rule over a world that had so changed that their dreams could never come true. Vol'jin caught himself. Never be a powerful word. In an eye blink, the vision shifted. He now stood at the pyramid's apex, looking down into the faces of the Darkspears. His Darkspears. They trusted his knowledge of the world. If he told them they could recapture the glory that was once theirs, they would follow him. If he commanded them to take Stranglethorn or Durotar, they would. The Darkspears would boil out of the islands, subjugating all in their path, simply because he wished it done. He could do it. He could see a way. He'd had Thrall's ear, and the Orc had trusted him in military matters. He could spend the months of recuperation plotting out the campaigns and organizing strategies. Within a year or two of his return from Pandaria, if that was still where he was, the Darkspear banner would be anointed with blood and more feared than it already was. And what be that gaining me? I would be pleased. Vol'jin spun. Bwonsamdi stood above him, a titanic figure, ears forward and straining to gather the pulsed shouts from below. It would gain you peace, Vol'jin, for you be doing what your true nature demands. Is that all we be meant for? The Loa do not require you to be more. What purpose be there in your being more? Vol'jin looked for an answer to that question. His search left him staring at a void. Its darkness reached and engulfed him, leaving him with no answer, and certainly no peace. Vol'jin finally awakened. His eyes opened, so he knew it was not a dream. Faint light came to them, filtered through gauze. He wished to see, but that would require removing the bandages. In turn, that would require him to lift a hand. He found this task impossible. He had so little connection with his body that he didn't know if it was because his hand was tied down or had simply been struck off at the wrist. Finding himself alive gave him impetus to remember how he had been hurt. Until he'd been certain he would live, the effort had seemed a waste. Unbidden by anyone, and in gleeful defiance of what Garrosh's wishes would have been, Vol'jin had chosen to travel to the new land of Pandaria to see what Garrosh had the Horde doing. Vol'jin had known of the Pandaren because of Chen's storm stout, and wished to see their home before the Horde and Alliance war laid waste to it. He'd not arrived with any plan to stop Garrosh, but Vol'jin had once threatened to shoot an arrow through him, and he packed a bow just in case. Garrosh, though in his usual foul mood, offered Vol'jin a chance to contribute to the Horde's effort. He agreed less for the Horde's benefit than to be a brake on Garrosh's ambition. Along with one of Garrosh's trusted orcs, Rakgor Bloodraiser, and a number of other adventurers assembled for the mission to Pandaria's heart, Vol'jin set off. The Shadow Hunter enjoyed the journey, comparing this land to those he had visited previously. He'd seen rounded mountains that were weathered and defeated, but in Pandaria they merely seemed gentled. Or jagged, angry mountains that here, though no less sharp, just appeared eager. Jungles and groves abounded with life, yet never seemed to hide lethal menaces, as they did say in Stranglethorn. Ruins existed, but only because they were abandoned, not broken and buried. While the rest of the world had been scourged by hatred and violence, Pandaria had not felt their lash. Yet. All too quickly for Vol'jin, the troop reached its objective. Rakgor and 2 aides had taken to wing on wyverns to scout ahead, but Vol'jin saw no sign of them when the group reached the mouth of a cave. Large, vaguely humanoid lizard beasts warded the entrance. The adventurers cut through them and prepared to plunge into the cave's darkened depths. Black bats shrieked and exploded from the cave's hidden recesses. Vol'jin only faintly caught their cries. He doubted the others heard anything other than the flapping of leathery wings. One of the Loa, Hirik, wore a bat's shape. "Be this a warning from the gods that no good gonna come, going father?" The Loa gave him no answer, so the dark spear led the way. A cold sense of corruption strengthened as they pressed forward. Vol'jin stopped and squatted, removing a glove. He scooped up a handful of moist earth and raised it to his nose. The faintly sweet rot of vegetation mixed with the sour stink of bat guano, but he caught hints of something else. Sorok, certainly, but undeniably containing something else. He closed off his nose and shut his eyes. His hand closed halfway, then his thumb sifted the earth through his fingers. When it was gone, he opened his hand again and extended it. As light as a spiderweb, with the wayward, twisting aspect of a snuffed candle's smoke, residual magic brushed over his palm and raked it with nettles. This be a truly fell place. Vol'jin opened his eyes again and headed along the ancient passage deeper into the caves. As they came to forks, the adventurers secured both. The troll, his right hand open and naked, didn't even need to sweep through air to find clues. What had been spider silk had become a thread, then yarn, and threatened to grow to cord and rope. Each bit came with tiny needles. The pain grew no worse, but the stripe of it across his palm became wider. By the time the magic grew to the width of a stout ship's cable, they found a large chamber overseen by the most massive Sorok they'd yet encountered. A steaming subterranean lake dominated the chamber's heart. Hundreds of Sorok eggs. Perhaps even thousands lay nestled about, warming as they gestated. Vol'jin held up a hand to stop the others. A rookery at the heart of the magic. Before Vol'jin had a chance to take in the full import of that realization, the Sorok discovered them and attacked. The troll and his allies fought back hard. The Sorok fought hard as well, and though Vol'jin's company prevailed, everyone ended up cut and bloodied. Yet while his companions saw after their own wounds, Vol'jin felt compelled to investigate. Silently he waded into the shallow lake and flung his arms wide. Closing his eyes, the troll slowly turned a circle. The invisible magic cables caught like jungle vines over his arms and twisted around his body. Wrapped in them, feeling their burning caress, he understood the place as only a shadow hunter could. Spirits screamed in agonies ages old. The Sorok essence blasted into him, slithering through his belly like the adder that had once writhed across the cold stone floor eons before. That snake was true to itself in nature and spirit. Then magic had hit it. Fearsome magic. Magic that was a volcano to the ember that most magi could command. It flooded through the snake, piercing its golden spirit with 1,000 black thorns. Those thorns then pulled apart this way and that, up from down, inside from outside, even past from future, and truth from lie. In his mind's eye, Vol'jin watched as the thorns pulled and pulled, stretching the gold into taut bowstrings. All at once the thorns shot back toward the center. The thorns dragged the golden lines with them, weaving them through an arcane tangle. Threads twisted and knotted. Some snapped. Others were spliced back with new ends. All the while, the adder shrieked. What it once was had been transformed into a new creature, a creature half mad from the experience, yet malleable and pliant in the hands of its creators. It was far from alone. The name Sorok came to him. It had not existed before that first savage act of creation. Names had power, and that name defined the new creatures. It also defined their masters and pulled aside the veil on the magic used. The Mogu had created the Sorok. The Mogu Vol'jin knew as faint shadows in dim legends. They were dead and gone. The magic, however, was not. Magic that could remake a thing so completely came from the dawn of time, from the beginning of everything. The Titans, the Shapers of Azeroth, had used such magic in their acts of creation. The incredible power of such sorceries could not be understood by a sound mind, let alone mastered. Yet dreams of it fueled insane flights of fancy. In experiencing the making of the Sorok, Vol'jin grasped a core truth of the magic. He could see a way, just the glimmer of a path. He could pursue its study. The same magic that had made a Sorok could unmake the Murlocs that had killed his father, or cause men to regress back to the Vrykul they clearly had been crafted from. Doing either of those would be a worthy use of such power, and would justify the decades of study its mastery would require. The Shadow Hunter caught himself there, in thinking just that. He was falling prey to the trap that had doubtlessly ensnared the Mogu. Immortal magic would corrupt a mortal. There was no escaping it. That corruption would destroy the wielder, and likely his people. Vol'jin reopened his eyes and found Rakgor standing there with the group's survivors. Be about time you caught up. The war chief says there is a connection between these creatures and the Mogu. These Mogu, they be the creators. They work in wicked, dark magic here. Vol'jin's flesh crawled as the orc sauntered forward. This be the blackest of magics. The orc offered a quick, feral grin. Yes, the power to shape flesh and build incredible warriors. This is what the war chief wants. Vol'jin's guts nodded. Garrosh playing God. This ain't what the Horde be about. He didn't think you'd approve. The orc struck viciously and without mercy. The dagger caught Vol'jin in the throat, spinning him away and to the ground. All around him his companions leaped into battle. Rakgor and his allies fought with a reckless abandon, heedless of their own safety and dying for their efforts. Perhaps Garrosh be convincing them that his new magic gonna bring them back and make them better. Vol'jin rose to a knee and waved his companions back. He pressed a hand to his throat, closing the wound. Garrosh betrays himself. He gotta believe we be dead. It'd be the only way to get time to stop him. Go, watch him. Find others like me. Swear a blood oath for the Horde. Be ready when I return. He'd honestly thought, as they abandoned him there, that what he'd told them was true. But as he tried to stand, black agonies shot through him. Garrosh had planned in depth. Rakgor's blade had been steeped in some noxious poison. Vol'jin wasn't healing as he should be, and he could feel his strength ebbing. He fought against it, against the fog that drifted through his mind. And he might have made it, had Mor Sorok not found him. He dimly recalled fighting them, blades flashing in the darkness, pain from cuts that refused to close, cold seeping into his limbs. He ran blindly, smashing into walls, tumbling down passages, but always forced himself up and to keep moving. How he'd gotten out of the cave, and how he'd gotten to wherever he was now, he couldn't say. It certainly didn't smell like a cave. He did catch something hauntingly familiar in the air, but it hid beneath the scent of poultices and unguents. He wouldn't go so far as to assume he was among friends. His being cared for suggested it. Or his enemies could be treating him well in hopes of ransoming him back to the Horde. They gonna be disappointed with Garrosh's offer. That thought almost made him laugh. He couldn't quite muster one, though. His stomach muscles tightened, but relented from fatigue and pain. Still, that his body could react involuntarily reassured him. Laughter was something for the living, not the dying. Just like remembering. Not to be dying. That was enough for the moment. Vol'jin drew in as deep a breath as he could manage, then slowly exhaled, and was asleep before he finished. Chapter 3. Chen stormed out, overlooking a courtyard of the Shadowpan Monastery, felt the cold, but didn't dare give any sign of it. Below, where he'd been sweeping a light dusting of snow off steps, a dozen of the monks, all barefooted and some stripped to the waist, exercised. In unison, with the discipline he'd not seen in even the world's finest troops, they went through a series of forms. Punches flashed by, blurry, and crisp kicks crackled through chilly mountain air. The monks moved both fluidly and strongly, with the power of rivers raging through canyons. Except they didn't rage. Through these most martial of exercises, the monks somehow drew peace. It made them content. Though he'd watched them often, and hadn't heard too many laughs among them, Chen had not detected anger. That certainly wasn't what he expected from troops finishing training, but then he'd never seen anyone quite like the Shadow Pan before. "If I might, Brewmaster, have a word?" Chen turned and went to lean the broom against the wall, but then stopped. That wasn't really the place for it. But Lord Taranju's request wasn't really a question, so he couldn't go to put the broom where it should go. Instead, he just pulled it behind himself and bowed to the monastery's lord. Taranju's face remained impassive. Chen couldn't tell how old the monk was, but he'd believe the Pandaren had been born well before the Chang sisters. That wasn't because he looked old. He didn't, not really. He had the powerful vitality of someone Chen's age, or even Lili's. It was something else about him, and something he shared with the monastery. Something he shares with all Pandaria. Pandaria had an elusive sense of antiquity. The great turtle had been old, and the structures on him were old, but none of them felt as venerable as the monastery. Chen had grown up among buildings that harkened back to Pandaria's architecture, but were to the original what a cub's sand castle might be to its inspiration. Not that they weren't wonderful, they just weren't the same. Chen, having held the bow a respectfully long time, straightened up again. "What can I do for you?" "Missive has arrived from your niece. She has, as you requested, visited the brewery and made sure they know you will be away for a short while. She is proceeding to the Temple of the White Tiger." The monk inclined his head slightly. "For this latter thing I am grateful. Your niece's strong spirit is irrepressible. Her last visit—" Chen nodded quickly. "Will be her last. It's good to see that Brother Huang Kai is no longer limping. He has recovered, both in body and spirit." Taranju's eyes tightened. "Half as much can be said of your latest refugee. There are signs that the troll has regained his senses, though he still heals slowly." "Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, not that he is healing slowly, but that he is awake." Chen made to transfer the broom to Taranju, then hesitated. "I'll just put this away on my way to the infirmary." The elder monk raised a paw. "He sleeps at the moment. It is concerning him and the man you brought previously that prompts my desire to speak with you." "Yes, Lord." Taranju turned, and in an eye blink had progressed along a wind-swept walkway that Chen had not gotten around to clearing. The monk moved so gracefully that his silken robes didn't even whisper. Chen couldn't see the least little sign of his spoor in the snow. Hurrying after him made Chen feel like a stone-footed thunder lizard. The monk led him downstairs through dark, heavy doors, into dim corridors paved with carved stone. The stones had been fitted together in interesting patterns that united both each block and the designs carved on them. The few times Chen had volunteered to sweep them, he had spent far more time being lost inside the lines and their weavings than actually using his broom. Their journey ended in a large room lit by 4 lamps. The center of the floor had been given over to a circular construction, fitted with a reed mat. At its heart sat a small table with a terracotta teapot, 3 cups, a whisk, a bamboo ladle, a tea caddy, and a tiny cast-iron pot. And beside it knelt Yalia's Sage Whisper, her eyes closed, her paws in her lap. Chen couldn't hold back a smile when he saw her, and had a sneaking suspicion Terran June knew he was smiling, and how broadly. Yalia had caught his eye immediately upon his first visit to the monastery, and not just because she was beautiful. The Pandaren monk had a hint of the outsider to her that Chen noticed, then noticed her doing her best to suppress. They'd had a few brief conversations, of which he could remember every word. He wondered if she remembered them too. Yalia stood and bowed first to Taranju, then Chen. Her first bow lasted a long time. The second, not as much. But Chen marked it and matched it when he bowed to her. Taranju pointed him to the narrow end of the rectangular table, nearest the cast-iron pot. Chen and Yalia knelt and sat back, and then Taranju did likewise. "You will forgive me, Master Stormstout, for two things. First, I would ask that you make us tea." "Deeply honored, Lord Taranju." Chen looked up. "Now, if it will not disturb you to work and listen at the same time." "No, Lord." "And second, you will forgive my inviting Sister Yalia here. I felt her perspective would be most illuminative." Yalia bowed her head, and Chen felt a little thrill at seeing the exposed nape of her neck. But she said nothing, so Chen remained silent as well. He started to make tea, and immediately noticed something to which he'd not quite become accustomed, despite having spent a great deal of time at the monastery during his stay in Pandaria. The cast-iron pot's lid had an ocean wave motif worked onto it. The terracotta teapot had been shaped like a ship. The handle had been formed out of an anchor. Those choices had not been randomly made, though what sort of message they foreshadowed, Chen couldn't begin to guess. "Sister Yalia, there is a ship in the bay. It is stable. What is it that makes it so?" Chen carefully drew one ladle of hot water from the pot and noiselessly replaced the lid so he'd not distract her while she thought. He poured the water into the teapot, then gently teased powdered green tea from the caddy. Red birds and fishes had been painted on a black background on the caddy's lid, and a band of symbols running round the middle represented each of Pandaria's districts. Yalia looked up, her voice as soft as the first petals of a cherry tree's blossoms. "I would say, Lord, that it is water that makes the ship stable. It is the ship's foundation. It is the ship's very reason for being. Without water, without an ocean, there would be no ship." "Very good, sister. So you would say that water is of Tushui, to use the term common on Shenzin-su, the foundation, the meditation and contemplation. As you say, without water, there is no reason for the ship to exist." "Yes, Lord." Chen watched her face, but saw no sign of her seeking approval. He couldn't have done that. He'd want to know if he was right. But Yalia, it occurred to him, already knew she was right. Lord Taranju had asked her opinion. Therefore, her answer couldn't be wrong. With the tip of his tongue just barely visible at the corner of his mouth, Chen applied the whisk to the water and tea within the pot. He did so vigorously, but also gently. The object was not to smash the tea into the water, but to mix it all thoroughly. He had to clear the sides, pulling everything to the middle, and then work it out again. He worked briskly, turning the two disparate elements into a green froth that thickly sloshed in the clay ship's hold. Taranju pointed to the teapot. There are others, of course, who would maintain that the anchor is the source of the ship's stability. Without the anchor rooting the ship in place, it would be ground against shore by wind and wave. The anchor gouging the bay's floor is what saves the ship, and without it, the ship would be nothing. Yalia bowed her head. If I may, Lord, then you are saying that the anchor is like Huaojin. It is the impulsive, decisive act. It is what stands between the ship and disaster. Very good. The elder monk looked over as Chen added the last ladle of steaming water and clamped the lid back on the teapot. Do you understand what we have been discussing, Chen Stormstout? Chen nodded, patting the teapot. All ship-shape now. The tea? Or your understanding? The tea. Just a couple of minutes. Chen smiled. But about the water and the anchor and the ship, I've been thinking here. Yes? I would say it's the crew. Because even if there was an ocean, if there was no crew who wanted to see what was on the other side of that ocean, there would be no ship. And the crew chooses the anchorage and when to sail. So the water is important, and the anchor is important, since they are the start and stop. But it's the crew who does the discovery. Chen, who had been waving his paws through the air to aid in his explanation, stopped. This was never really about ships, was it? No. Yes. Taranju closed his eyes for a moment. Master Stormstout, you have sailed 2 ships into my harbor. They are at anchor here, but I can have no more ships. Chen looked at him. Okay. Shall I pour? Have you no interest in knowing why I can have no more ships? You are the harbor master, so you must make those decisions. Chen poured tea for Taranju, then for Yalia and himself. Mind, it's still hot, and best to let the leaves settle to the bottom first. Taranju lifted his small earthenware cup and breathed in the steam. It seemed to relax him. Chen had seen that a lot. One of the great joys of his life and of practicing the brewmaster's art was how what he did affected people. Granted, most of them preferred his alcoholic offerings to tea, but good tea, well brewed, had a unique charm and no hangover. The monastery's leader sipped, then lowered his cup. He gave Chen a nod. This allowed Chen and Yalia to sip also. Chen caught just the hint of a smile tugging at the corners of Yalia's mouth. For his own part, he thought he'd done a pretty good job. Taranju regarded him through heavily lidded eyes. Let me begin again, Master Stormstout. Do you wish to know why I am willing to have your 2 ships anchored in my harbor? Chen barely had to think on his answer. Yes, Lord. Why? Because they are of a balance. Your troll, from what little you have mentioned, and the fact that he is a shadow hunter, doubtless is of Tushui. This other, the man who every day goes up the mountain a bit farther, then returns, he is of Huaojin. One is horde, the other is alliance. They would, by nature, oppose each other, and yet it is this opposition that unites them and gives them meaning. Yalia set her cup down. Forgive me, Lord, but is it not possible, given their opposition, that they might try to kill each other? This is not a possibility I have any cause to discount, sister. Enmity between Horde and Alliance runs deep. These two bear many scars. The man bears them in his mind as well, and so might your troll, Master Stormstout. And someone well and truly tried to murder your troll. Whether Alliance forces ambushed him, or the Horde has turned on its own, I cannot guess. However, we cannot have them murdering each other here. I don't think Tirathin would do that. And Vol'jin, well, I know. Chen hesitated for a moment, memories burbling up in his mind. I'll just have a talk with Vol'jin. Explain the no-murdering thing to him. A frown darkened Yalia's expression. Do not think me cruel, Master Stormstout, but I must ask if harboring the two of them here does not embroil us in foreign politics and strife. Could we not turn them out, or turn them back to their own people? Terenju slowly shook his head. We are already embroiled, and they have not proved to be without value. Alliance and Horde have helped us deal with the Shah in the town-long steppes. You know how great an evil they are, and how thinly spread are we. As As has been long said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, no matter the havoc they might wreak, and the Shah have ever been the enemy of Pandaria. Chen almost chimed in with, "If you lie down with dogs, you wake up with fleas," but he refrained. Not that it wasn't on point, but it wasn't terribly helpful, especially when so many Pandaren thought of wanderers like Lili and himself as wild dogs. He hoped Yalia didn't see him that way, and wasn't about to introduce the concept. Chen lowered his head just a bit. I am not certain, Lord, that you can ever get the two of them, my ships or the Horde and Alliance, to work together permanently, no matter how unfriendly the mutual enemy might be. Taranju chuckled, almost silently, definitely without echo, and with nothing more than a ghost of a smile. That is not my purpose for keeping your ships in harbor, Chen. It is so that by being here, troll and man can learn from us. And as they learn from us, so we can learn from them. For as you wisely suggest, when there is no more enemy to unite them, they will once again be at each other's throats. And then we will have to choose whom we will befriend. Chapter 4. Vol'jin of the Darkspear Trolls chose not to move. He did this because he found making that choice preferable to acknowledging that he felt too weak to move. Though the hands dealing with him were gentle, their touch respectful, he could not have thrown them off, were it his greatest desire. Unseen aides plumped pillows, then thrust them behind him to prop him up. He would have protested, but the pain in his throat made anything more than harshly growled words, and very short words, impossible. The obvious choice, stop, no matter how sharply barked, would have mocked his inability to stop them. Though he accepted his silence as a concession to vanity, he found the roots of his discomfort running deeper. The soft bed and softer pillows were not comforts in which trolls luxuriated. A thin sleeping mat over a wooden floor was the height of opulence in the Echo Isles. Many trolls slept on stretches of ground, occasionally seeking shelter if a storm blew in. Yielding sand made for a better bed than the hard stone of Durotar, but trolls were not given to complaining about harsh accommodations. The insistence on softness and comfort irritated him because it emphasized his weakness. The thinking part of him couldn't deny that a soft bed made shifting his wounded body much easier. He doubtless slept a bit better, but in calling attention to his weakness, it somehow denied the nature of his being a troll. Trolls were to hardship and harsh reality what sharks were to the open ocean. To remove me from that, be killing me. The clunk of a chair or stool at his right surprised him. He'd not heard whoever carried it approach. Vol'jin sniffed, and the maddening scent underlying everything came back with the force of a punch. Pandaren. Not just Pandaren, but one in particular. Chen Stormstout's voice, low but warm, came to him in a whisper. I would have been to see you before, but Lord Taranju did not think it wise. Vol'jin struggled to reply. He had a million things he wished to say, but few came wrapped in words his throat was willing to utter. Friend, Chen. Somehow Chen came more easily, being softer. No playing blindfold guessing games with you. You're too good. Robes rustled. If you would close your eyes, I'll remove the bandages. The healers say your eyes were not hurt, but they did not want you overly alarmed. Vol'jin nodded, knowing Chen was half right. Had he a foreigner brought to him in the Echo Isles, he'd also have blindfolded him until he decided whether the captive could be trusted. Doubtless that was Taranju's reasoning, and for some further reason, he had decided that Vol'jin could be trusted. Chen's doing, I be suspecting. The Pandaren carefully unwound the bandages. I have my paw over your eyes. Open them, and I will slowly draw it away. Vol'jin did as commanded, voicing a grunt meant to be a signal. Chen apparently took it as such, for he pulled back his paw. The troll's eyes watered in the bright light. Then Chen's image swam into focus. The Pandaren was much as Vol'jin remembered, stoutly built, with a jovial sense about him, and an intelligence in his golden eyes. He was a very welcome sight. Then Vol'jin looked down at his own body, and almost closed his eyes again. Sheets covered him to the waist, and bandages covered almost the rest of him. He noted that he did have both hands and all fingers. The long lumps beneath the sheets told him his lower extremities were likewise intact. He could feel bandages constricting around his throat, and itching suggested that at least a portion of one ear had been sewed back into place. He stared at his right hand and willed the fingers to move. They did, to his eye, but the sense of their moving took time to reach him. They seemed impossibly far away, but unlike when he'd first wakened, he could actually feel them. It be progress. Chen smiled. I know there are many things you want to know. Shall I start at the beginning or the end? The middle would not be so good a place, but I could start there. But that would make the middle the beginning, wouldn't it? Chen's voice rose with his explanation and its flight into folly. Other Pandaren turned away, their interest in the conversation waning with their anticipation of tedium. In noticing them, Vol'jin also noticed the dark, ancient stone walls. As he had seen elsewhere in Pandaria, the place reeked of age, and yet here, of strength as well. Vol'jin wanted to say beginning, but his throat refused. Not end. Chen looked back and apparently noted that the other Pandaren had chosen to ignore them. The beginning, then. I fished you out of a small watercourse far from here, at Binan village. We did for you there what we could. You were not dying, but you were not healing either. Seems there was poison on the knife that did your throat. I brought you here to the Shadowpan Monastery at Kunlai Summit. If anyone could help you, the monks could. He took a moment and surveyed Vol'jin's wounds, shaking his head. The troll noticed no pity in his assessment, and this pleased him. Chen had ever been sensible when he wasn't clowning, and Vol'jin knew Chen cast himself as a clown so others would forever underestimate how clever he truly could be. I cannot imagine it was Alliance troops who did this to you. Vol'jin's eyes tightened. My head gone. The Pandaren gave a short laugh. Someone would be supping with the king in Stormwind with your head the centerpiece, no doubt. But I figured you'd never let the Alliance catch you where they could hurt you so much. Horde. Vol'jin's stomach tightened. It wasn't really the Horde. It was Garrosh. Vol'jin's throat constricted before he could speak the name. The bitterness of the attempt lingered on his tongue regardless. Chen sat back and scratched at his chin. That's why I brought you here. There wasn't any other choice for your care anyway, but your safekeeping. The brewmaster sat forward, lowering his voice. Garrosh leads the Horde now that Thrall is away, yes? He's eliminating his rivals. Vol'jin let himself sink back on the pillows. Not without reason. Chen chuckled, and try as he might, Vol'jin could detect no hint of reproof. There's not an alliance head that's touched a pillow that's not had a nightmare of meeting you. Not surprising, the same is true of a few in the Horde. Vol'jin tried to smile, and hoped he succeeded. Never. You? Me? No, never. People like me, like Rexar, we've seen you in battle being fierce and terrible. We've also seen you mourning your father. You've been loyal to Thrall and the Horde and the Darkspear tribe. Thing is, those who can't be loyal never believe when others are. I trust in your loyalty. Someone like Garrosh figures it's a mask over treachery. Vol'jin nodded. He wished his voice worked enough that he could tell Chen of his threatening to kill Garrosh. It wouldn't have mattered to the Pandaren. Of this, the troll was certain. Chen's loyalty would have led him to rationalize a dozen justifications for the threat. Vol'jin's current state would prove each of them true. Only thing proved by that be the depth of Chen's friendship. How? Long. Long enough for me to do a spring ale and be halfway into a late spring shandy. Or early summer. Pandaren are a bit looser about time, and those from Pandaria looser still. A month since we found you. 2.5 weeks here. The healers poured a draught down your throat to make you sleep. Chen raised his voice for the benefit of those who had begun to come closer. I told them that I could brew you up a hot black tea with some kelp and berries that would have you up and about in no time. But they don't think a brewmaster knows enough about healing or you. Still, they did pour nourishment into you, so they're not completely without hope. Vol'jin made the effort to lick his lips, but even that seemed to exhaust him. 2.5 weeks, and this be all I have mended. Bonsam released me, but I be not progressing as I should. Chen leaned in again, his voice dropping. Lord Taranju leads the Shadow Pan. He has agreed to allow you to remain here to recuperate. There are conditions. Given that both the Alliance and Horde would be quite happy to see to your further care, each in its own ways. Vol'jin shrugged as much as he was able. Helpless. And given that you're on the mend, listening won't hurt. Chen nodded, holding a paw palm out in a calming gesture. Lord Taranju wishes you to learn of us. Well, not us, really. Most Pandaren from here see Pandaren who grow up on Shenzin Su as wild dogs. We look like them, sound like them, smell like them, but we're different. They aren't sure what we are. Puzzled me at first, all that, until it struck me that a lot of the other trolls might see the Darkspears the same way. Not untrue. Vol'jin closed his eyes for a moment. If Taranju wishes me to learn of the Pandaren and their ways, then he gonna study me, as I would be doing with him. He thinks you're Tushui, more thoughtful and stable. I've told him a lot about you, and I think that too. Tushui's not a trait he's seen in the Horde. He wants to understand why you're different. But this means he wants you to learn the Pandaren way. Some of our words, our customs. It's not like he wants you to be one of those trolls who go to Thunder Bluff and become Blue Tauren. He wants you to understand. Vol'jin opened his eyes again and nodded. Then he caught a moment's hesitation in Chen's recitation. What? Chen looked up and away, nervously tapping his fingertips together. Well, See, Tushui is balanced by Huaojin. That's more impulsive. Kind of kill them first, sort the hides out later. Like Garrosh deciding to kill you. Very Hordish thing to do these days. Not what the Alliance normally does. And these things are in balance now. Terran Zhu talked to me about water and anchors and ships and everything. Very complicated, even without mentioning crews. But the important thing is balance. He really likes his balance, and, you see, until you got here, they were out of balance. Vol'jin, though the effort cost him mightily, arched an eyebrow. Well, Chen glanced over his shoulder toward an empty bed. About a month before I found you, I found a man wandering, hurt badly, his leg broken. And I brought him here, too. He's a bit further along than you are, but trolls heal faster. And the thing is that Lord Terran Zhu is putting you in his care. A jolt ran through Vol'jin's mind, and though he was weak, he attempted to rise. No. Chen reached out, pressing the troll down with both paws. No, you don't understand. He's here under the same restrictions you are. He won't. I know you're not afraid of a man, Vol'jin. Lord Terran Zhu hopes that in helping you heal, this man will help heal himself. That is part of our way, my friend. Restore the balance, and you encourage healing. Even though Chen kept his paws soft and strength gentle, Vol'jin could not struggle against him. For a heartbeat he imagined that the monks had made certain that whatever potion they'd poured down his throat would leave him this week. That, however, would have required Chen to be part of the deception, and he never would have agreed to that. Vol'jin forced his anger away and let frustration go with it. Lord Terran Zhu wanted to study not only him, but also his dealings with a man. Vol'jin could have easily given him a long history of troll-human relations and why they pulsed with hatred. Vol'jin had killed more men than he cared to think about. Far from losing sleep over it, he slept better for it. And he was willing to bet the man in the monastery felt much the same way. The troll realized that while Terran Zhu might have had access to all that history, those accounts would be tainted by the nature of the tellers. By putting troll and man together, he would watch, learn, and make his own judgments. A wise course, I be thinking. Vol'jin reminded himself that no matter how much Chen had told Lord Terran Zhu about him, to the Pandaren monk, Vol'jin was nothing more than a troll. Doubtless the man's pedigree mattered little either. Who they were had nothing to do with how they reacted to each other. That was the information the Pandaren wanted. Knowing that, and realizing he could control the information, gave Vol'jin power. He looked up at Chen. You approve? Surprise widened Chen's eyes. Then he smiled. It is best for you, and for him, for Tirathan. The mists have hidden Pandaria for a long time. You and he share common bonds that the Pandaren never will. You will heal better together. To later kill. Chen's brows arrowed down. Likely enough. He is no more happy about this than you are. But he will abide, so he can abide here. Vol'jin cocked his head. Name? Tirathan Court. You won't know him. He's not risen as high in the Alliance as you have in the Horde. But he was an important man. He was a leader among the Alliance forces here, and his wounds were not from the King's assassins. I only know he was hurt in a battle that helped Pandaria. This is why Lord Taranju agreed to tend to him. He has great sadness, which nothing seems to cure. Not even brew? The Pandaren shook his head, his eyes focusing distantly. He drinks and holds his liquor well, but he's not a boisterous drunk. Introspective and quiet. Another trait you two share. Too shui. No. Chen threw his head back and roared with laughter. They cut your body but could not hurt your mind. Yes, that would seem to be Tushui, which would cause the balance to be off. But every day since he has been able to stand with crutches, he heads out to climb the mountain. Very Huaojin. And then he stops. 100 yards, 200, and returns, spent. Not physically, but in will. Very Huaojin. Very curious. I wonder why. Vol'jin caught himself, then gave Chen a tiny nod. Very good friend. Maybe you can find the answer. Which means I have to abide the man, being exactly what everyone wants. Vol'jin slowly exhaled and let his head rest on the pillows. And for the moment, I be including myself in that group. Chapter 5. The monks did not require that Vol'jin allow the man to see to his bodily care, for the troll would not have tolerated that. Vol'jin could sense no malice in the firm efficiency with which the Pandaren washed him, dressed his wounds, changed his bedding, and fed him. He did note that the monks on the team in turn would deal with him for a full day, then not return for 2 days before repeating their term of duty. After 3 days spent caring for him, they left the rotation and did not attend him again. He caught sight of Taranju only now and again. He felt certain the old monk watched him far more often than Vol'jin noticed, and Vol'jin noticed only when the old monk wished to be seen. It seemed to Vol'jin that the people of Pandaria were much like their world, shrouded in a mist that allowed only glimpses. While Chen had bits and pieces of that, he was a clear and sunny day compared to the elusive complexity of the monks. So Vol'jin spent much of his time watching and determining what he would reveal of himself. His throat did heal, but scar tissue made speaking difficult and somewhat painful. Though it might not have seemed so to the Pandaren, the troll tongue always had a melodious flow, but the scars had stolen that. If the ability to communicate be a mark of life, then the assassins may have succeeded in murdering me. He hoped the Loa, who had been quiet and distant as he recovered, would still recognize his voice. He did manage to learn some words in the Pandaren language. The fact that the Pandaren seemed to have a half-dozen words for almost everything meant he could pick one that he could pronounce with minimal discomfort. The fact that the Pandaren had so many words to begin with fed back into the difficulty of knowing their race. The language had nuances an outsider would never understand, and the Pandaren could use them to mask their true intent. Vol'jin wished he could have overplayed his physical weakness when dealing with the man, but it would have mattered little. Though tall by human standards, Tírithin didn't have the physical bulk of human warriors. More lithe, with faint scars on his left forearm and calluses on the fingers of his right hand, which marked him as a hunter. He wore his white hair short and unbound. The man maintained a mustache and goatee, also white and begun recently. He had donned the simple clothing of a novitiate, homespun and brown, cut for a Pandaren, so it hung on him. Yet it was not so large. Vol'jin suspected it had actually been sewn for a Pandaren female. Though the monks did not have the man tend Vol'jin's body, they did require he launder the troll's clothes and bedding. The man did so without comment or complaint, and was efficient. Everything came back spotless, and sometimes scented with medicinal herbs and flowers. Vol'jin noted two things that marked the man as dangerous. Most would have taken what he'd already seen, the calluses, the fact that the man had survived with not too many scars, to prove that much. But for Vol'jin, the man's quick green eyes, the way he turned his head at sounds, and the way he paused for a heartbeat before answering even the simplest of questions, all of these marked the man as being incredibly observant. Not a trait unknown among those of his avocation, but only so pronounced in those who would be very good at it. The other aspect the man displayed was patience. Vol'jin, until he realized his attempts were fruitless, repeatedly made simple mistakes that would cause the man to do more work. Dropping a spoon and smearing food over his clothes to create a stain did not perturb the man. Vol'jin had even managed to conceal a stain so it set, but the robe returned spotless. This patience manifested in how the man dealt with his own wound. Though his clothes hid scars, the man walked with a limp, stiffness in the left hip. Each step had to be incredibly painful. He couldn't conceal all of the grimaces, though his effort to do so would have done Taranju credit. And yet each day, as the sun slowly crept over the horizon, the man would head out and up the trail toward the mountain summit above them. After Vol'jin had been fed, he sat up in his bed and nodded as the man approached. Tírithin bore with him a flat, gridded game board and two cylindrical canisters, one red and one black, each with a round hole in the middle of the lid. The man set them on the side table, then retrieved a chair from next to the wall and sat. "Are you ready for Jiwi?" Vol'jin nodded. Though each knew the other's name, they never used them. Both Chen and Taranju had told him the man was Tírithin Court. Vol'jin assumed they'd informed the man of his identity. If the man bore him any enmity, he gave no sign. He must know who I be. Tírithin picked up the black cylinder, twisted off the lid, then poured the contents onto the board. 24 cubes rattled and danced on the tan bamboo surface. Each had symbols inscribed in red on a black background, including dots to indicate movement and an arrow to indicate facing. The man nudged them into 4 groups of 6 to prove the count, then made to sweep them back into the canister. Vol'jin tapped one piece. "This face." The man nodded, then turned and called the monk over in halting Pandaren. They spoke quickly, the man hesitantly, and the monk as if indulging a child. Tírithin bowed his head and thanked her. He turned back to Vol'jin. "The piece is the ship. The face is the fire ship. Tirathan placed it so the Pandaren glyph was sitting the right way for Vol'jin to see it. The man then repeated the word fire ship in perfect Zandalay. And his eyes flicked up just fast enough to catch Vol'jin's reaction. Stranglethorn, your accent. The man pointed to the playing piece, ignoring his comment. The fire ship is a very important piece to the Pandaren. It can destroy anything but is consumed in the destruction. It is removed from play. I am told some players burn the piece. Of the 6 ships in your navy, only one can become a fire ship. Thank you. Jiwi encapsulated much of Pandaren philosophy. Each piece had 6 sides. A player could move as indicated by the uppermost face and attack, or could change the face by one side, then either move or attack. It was also possible to pick the piece up and roll it, randomly selecting a new side, then return it to its facing and play. This was the only way the fire ship face could come up for a ship. Most interesting, a player could also decide not to move at all, but instead could draw a new piece from the canister by chance. It would be shaken and upended. The first piece to fall out would be put into play. If 2 fell out, the second would be removed from play, and the opposition would be allowed to draw a new piece without penalty. At once, Jiwi was a game that encouraged thoughtfulness, yet incorporated impulsiveness. It balanced deliberation with chance, and yet chance could be punished. For a player to lose to a foe who had more pieces on the board was not a great loss. To yield to a superior position, regardless of the pieces in play, was not considered a loss without honor. While the game's aim was to eliminate all of these opposition pieces, to play to that point was considered ill-mannered and even barbaric. Usually one player found himself outmaneuvered and surrendered, though some relied on chance to shift their fortunes and go on to victory. And to play to a standstill, to have forces balanced, this was the greatest victory. Tirathan handed Vol'jin the red canister. Each shook out a half-dozen cubes, centering them on the last row of the 12-by-12 grid. They oriented them to their lowest value and faced them toward the opposition. Then each shook out one more cube and compared the highest side. Tirathan's beat Vol'jin's, so he would move first. Those cubes returned to the canister, and they began playing. Vol'jin nudged a piece forward. Your Pandaren. Good. Better than they be knowing. The man raised an eyebrow without lifting his gaze from the board. Taranju knows. Vol'jin studied the board, watching the man's flanking maneuver develop. You hunt. He's track. Elusive, but strong where he means you to see it. The man nibbled at a thumbnail. Interesting choice in refacing your archer. Your kite move, too. Vol'jin had seen no hesitation in making the move, but his praise of it caused Tirathan's glance to flick toward that piece again. He stared hard, searching for something, then glanced at the canister. The troll anticipated him. He shook out a cube which spun and clattered to a stop. The fire ship. He placed it contiguous to the archer, strengthening that flank. The game's balance shifted, not in either player's favor, but away from that side of the board. Tirathan added another piece, a warrior that did not fall on its strongest side, but strong enough. Knights, which could move far, came up quickly on that other flank. Tirathan played his move swiftly, but not in haste. Vol'jin picked up the canister again, but the man grabbed his hand. Don't. Remove your hand. Vol'jin's grip tightened. One twitch of his hand and the canister would shatter. Game pieces and splinters would fly everywhere. He wanted to shout at the man, asking how he dared touch a shadow hunter, the leader of the Dark Spears. "Do you know who I be?" But he didn't twitch, because his hand couldn't tighten any more than it had. In fact, that brief exertion was enough to fatigue his muscles. Already his grip was failing, and only the man's hand kept the canister from crashing onto the board. Tirathan opened his other hand, dispelling any hint of malice. "I am given to teaching you this game. You do not need to draw another piece. Were I to allow you to draw, I would win, and your draw would inflate the value of my victory." Vol'jin surveyed the pieces. Black's warrior, with the change of a face, could crush his warlord. The fire ship would have to come back to counter that threat, but in doing so would come into range of Tirathan's kite. Both pieces would be destroyed, leaving the warrior and the cavalry on the right to crumple that flank. Even the best draw out of the canister, even if it fell well, could not save things. If he reinforced the right, the man would renew his assault on the left. If he reinforced the left, the right would go. Vol'jin let the canister drop into Tirathan's hand. "For my honor, thank you." The man set the canister down on the table. "I know what you were doing. I would win, but I would have defeated a student whom I allowed to make a frightful mistake. So you would have won. And you have won, because you forced me to act at your whim. And should it not be so, man-thing?" Vol'jin's eyes narrowed. "You win. You read me. I lose." Tirathan shook his head and sat back. "Then we both lose. No, this is not a semantic game. They are watching. I read you. You read me. They read the both of us. They read how we played the game and how we played each other. Taranju reads them all, and how they read us." A chill ran down Vol'jin's spine. He nodded once. He'd hoped it was all but imperceptible, but Taranju would know. It was enough, however, that the man caught it, and, for the moment, the two outsiders were united. Tirathan's voice shrank as he scooped pieces back into the canisters. The Pandaren are used to the mists. They see through them, and are unseen within them. They would be a terrible force unleashed were they not so balanced and concerned with balance. In it they find peace and, with reason, are reluctant to surrender that peace. They be watching, looking at how we balance. They would like us to balance. Tirathan shook his head. On the other hand, perhaps Taranju wants to know how to unbalance us so much that we destroy ourselves. It is my fear that this is something he'll learn all too easily. That night, visions mocked Vol'jin. He found himself in the midst of fighters, each of whom he recognized. He'd gathered them for that final assault on Zalazane, to end his madness and free the Echo Isles for the Dark Spears. Each of the combatants took on aspects of a Jiwi cube, faced to be at their maximum power. Not a fire ship among them, but this did not surprise Vol'jin. He was the fire ship, but not yet turned to display his maximum power. This was not a fight, though desperate, in which he would destroy himself. Aided by Bwansamdi, they would slay Zalazane and reclaim the Echo Isles.
Who be you, this troll, who be having memories of a heroic effort?
Vol'jin turned, hearing the click of a cube snapping to a new facing. He felt trapped inside that cube, translucent though it was, and shocked that it had no values on any face.
I be Vol'jin.
Bwonsamdi materialized in a gray world of swirling mists.
And who be this Vol'jin?
The question shook him. The Vol'jin of the vision had been the leader of the Dark Spears, but was no longer. Reports of his death would just now be reaching the Horde. Perhaps they had not yet gotten there. In his heart, Vol'jin hoped his allies had been delayed, just so Garrosh could dwell one more day wondering if his plan had succeeded. That did not answer the question. He was no longer the leader of the Dark Spears, not in any real sense. They might still acknowledge him, but he could give them no orders. They would resist Garrosh and any Horde attempt to conquer them, but in his absence, they might listen to envoys who offered them protection. They could be lost to him.
Who do I be?
Vol'jin shivered. Though he thought himself superior to Tirathan court, at least the man was mobile and not wearing sick robes. The man hadn't been betrayed by a rival and assassinated. The man had clearly embraced some of the Pandaren way. And yet, Tirathan hesitated when he should not have. Some of it was a game to make the Pandaren underestimate him, but Vol'jin had seen through that. The other bits, though, such as when he'd hesitated after Vol'jin complimented a move, those were genuine. And not something a man be allowing in himself. Vol'jin looked up at Bwonsamdi.
I be Vol'jin. I know who I was. Who I gonna be? That answer only Vol'jin could be finding. And for now, Bwonsamdi, that be enough.
Chapter 6. Vol'jin might not have been wholly clear about who he was, but he certainly knew who he was not. He forced himself out of his sickbed by degrees. He would ease back the covers, deliberately folding them neatly when he desperately wanted to throw them off, and then he'd swing his legs out. The first touch of cool stone on his feet surprised him, but he drew strength from the sensation. He let it override the pain in his legs and the tight tugging of scars and stitching. Holding on to the bedpost, he pulled himself upright. On the 6th attempt, he made it. The 4th had popped stitches on his stomach. He refused to acknowledge that fact and waved away the monks attracted by the darkening stain on his tunic. He thought he would have to apologize to Tirathan for making him work harder, but he asked the monks to set the tunic aside. He did that after lying down again. He'd gotten to his feet and stood for what seemed like forever. Sunlight through the window had not shifted a bug's width along the floor, providing him a true measure of time. But he had been upright. That was a victory. Once the monks had closed the wound again and rebandaged it, Vol'jin asked for a basin of water and a brush. He took the tunic and, as best as he was able, scrubbed at the bloodstain. It proved tenacious, but he was determined to get it out even though his muscles burned with exertion. Tirathan waited until Vol'jin's motions had slowed enough that the water had stilled, and then the man took the tunic from him. "You are most kind, Vol'jin, for accepting my burden. I shall hang this out to dry." Vol'jin wished to protest, since he could still see the stain's dark outline, but he remained silent. In an instant he saw the balance of Huaojin and Tushui re-established. He had been impulsive, and Tirathan had been thoughtful, intervening at a time and in a way that cost neither of them dignity. It silently acknowledged effort and intent, achieving the desired end without ego or a need for victory. The next day, Vol'jin made it to his feet by the third attempt, and refused to lie back down until the sunbeam's edge had moved a thumb's length past a seam in the block floor. The day after, it took him that long to walk from one end of the bed to the other and back. By week's end, he actually walked to the window and peered down into a courtyard. Pandaren monks arrayed in straight ranks dominated the center. They worked through exercises, shadowboxing with blinding speed. Trolls were not strangers to unarmed combat, but since they were ganglier, their techniques did not match the discipline and control the monks displayed. Around the edges, at various points, other monks fought with swords and spears, polearms and bows. A single blow with just a stick would have humbled the stormwind warrior shot up in a steel carapace. Were it not for the flash of sunlight off razored edges, Vol'jin doubted he would have followed much of the blurred weapon's work. And then there, on the steps, Chen's Stormstout swept snow. 2 steps above, Lord Taranju did the same. Vol'jin leaned on the window's casement. What be the odds that I would see the monastery's lord doing a menial task? He considered that he had become a creature of habit, always getting up at the same time. That be changing. But this meant that Taranju not only knew what Vol'jin had been doing, but also had anticipated the time he would reach the window. Vol'jin had no doubt that were he to ask Chen how often Taranju swept snow, he would discover it was only that day, only at that time. The troll glanced to the side to see a number of monks ignoring him, which meant they were watching his reaction, but did not want to be detected. Not 5 minutes after he lay back down did Chen come to visit, bearing a small bowl of a frothy liquid. It was good to see you up, my friend. I've wanted to bring you this for days, but Lord Taranju had prohibited it. He thought it would be too strong for you. I told him it would take a lot more than that to kill you. I mean, you are here, right? So you get first taste. Well, aside from me. Chen smiled. I had to make sure it actually wouldn't kill you after all. Most kind. Vol'jin lifted the bowl and sniffed. The brew had a tang to it and a woody sense. He sipped and found it neither sweet nor bitter, but full and rich. It tasted the way the jungle smelled after a rain as steam rose from vegetation and brought everything together. It reminded him of the Echo Isles, and that realization almost closed his throat. He forced himself to swallow, then nodded as it burned down to his belly. Very good. Thank you. Chen glanced toward the floor. The day we got here, you were not looking very good. The journey had been hard. We were told we'd bury you on the mountain. But I whispered in your ear, the good one, not the one Lily helped sew up, that if you made it, I'd have something special waiting for you. I'd tucked into the corner of a satchel some spices, a few flowers from your home, to remember it all by. And so I used them to make you an ale. I call it Get Well. Your credit, my recovery. The Pandaren looked up. It was a small batch, Vol'jin, Your recovery will take longer. I will recover. Which is why I've begun a new brew called Celebration. Whether it was Chen's brew or Vol'jin's troll constitution, the clean mountain air or the therapies to which the monks subjected him, or all of them combined, within a handful of weeks Vol'jin progressed admirably. Each day, when standing in rank with the monks, he would bow to their teacher, then glance up at the window from which he'd watched them. Scarcely would he have believed he would join them, and yet now he felt so much better that he could scarcely remember who he'd been at the window. The monks, who accepted him without comment or great solicitude, referred to him as Vol'jian. Somehow that rolled more easily off their tongues, but he knew it was not that alone. Chen explained that Jian had a number of meanings, all centered around greatness. At first the monks used it to describe his clumsy oafishness, but then it came to mark the speed with which he learned. Were they not eager teachers, he would have been contemptuous of their disrespect. He was a shadow hunter. Great though the monks' skills were, not a single one of them could imagine what it had taken for him to become a shadow hunter. The monks fought to embody balance, but to be a shadow hunter was to master chaos. His hunger for knowledge and his quick competence at little things prompted them to throw more and more complex techniques at him. As his strength increased and his body slowly regained its ability to heal from cuts and bruises, the only thing that limited him was his lack of endurance. Vol'jin wanted to put it down to the thin mountain air, but shortness of breath was not limiting the man. Other things did limit Tirathan. He still limped, though not nearly as much as he had before. He used a cane and often trained with monks who fought with sticks. Vol'jin noticed that in the midst of sparring, the limp would disappear. Only at the end, after Tirathan had caught his breath and became aware of himself again, would it return. The man also watched the monks training at archery. One would have to be blind to not see how much he wished to be shooting. He would measure the monks, watch them shoot, his head dipping when one failed, a smile sparking when one split an arrow already embedded in the target. Now that he was well enough to be training, Vol'jin moved to a small, austere cell on the monastery's eastern side. Its simplicity of appointments, a sleeping mat, a low table, a basin and pitcher, as well as 2 pegs for the hanging of clothes, was doubtless meant to discourage distraction. Its bareness would make it easier for the monks to gather themselves and find peace. Vol'jin found it reminiscent of Durotar, though considerably colder. Dwelling in it provided no real hardship. He placed his bed where the first light of dawn would waken him. He'd go off to do chores as the others did, then have a simple breakfast before the morning's exercises. He noted that his rations included more meat than the monks consumed, which made sense considering the status of his recovery. Morning, midday, and evening all fell into that same pattern: chores, food, and exercises. For Vol'jin, the exercises revolved around strength and flexibility, learning about combat and his physical limitations. In the afternoon, he got more individual instruction, again with a rotating band of monks because the majority of them attended classes. They rejoined the physical exercise in the evening, though this consisted mostly of stretching, preparatory to getting a good night's rest. The monks taught him well. He'd watched them shatter up to 12 boards with a single punch. Vol'jin had looked forward to trying that because he knew he could do it. But when it came time for him to try the exercise, Lord Taranju took over. In place of boards had been arranged an inch-thick slab of stone. "Do you mock me?" Vol'jin studied the monk's face, but read no deception. That didn't mean there wasn't any there, but the Pandaaran's impassive expression could have masked anything. You be wanting me to break stone. Others break wood. Others do not believe they can shatter wood. You do. Taranju pointed to a spot a finger's length beyond the stone slab. Place your doubt here. Strike through to it. Doubt. Vol'jin forced away the thought because it was a distraction. He wanted to ignore it, but instead he did as the monk had instructed. He visualized doubt as a shimmering blue-black ball spitting sparks. He let it float through the stone to hover behind it. Then Vol'jin set himself, drew in a deep breath, and exhaled sharply. He drove his fist forward, pulverizing the stone. He continued through, smashing that ball of doubt. He could have sworn that he'd not felt the impact until he'd hit the ball. The stone had been as nothing, even though he brushed its dust from his pelt. Taranju bowed to him respectfully. Vol'jin returned the gesture, holding it longer than before. The other monks bowed as their lord withdrew, then bowed to Vol'jin. Vol'jin returned their bows, and noticed thereafter that their emphasis on Jian had changed again. It was not until later that evening, as he sat alone in his cell, the stone cool against his back, that Vol'jin allowed himself to understand at least some of what he had learned. His hand had not swollen or stiffened, yet he could still feel his fist crushing doubt. He flexed his hand, watching it work, happy he was fully reconnected to it. Taranju was right to make doubt a target. Doubt destroyed souls. What thinking creature, when entertaining doubt about success, could undertake any action? To doubt that he could punch through stone was to acknowledge that his hand could break, his bones could splinter, his flesh could tear, and his blood could flow. And if he dwelt on that outcome, could there be any but that outcome? That ending would be his target. Therefore he would succeed and hit that target. Whereas if his target was to destroy doubt, and he hit that target, then would anything be impossible? Zalazane returned to his mind, not as a vision, but as a series of memories. Doubt had destroyed his soul. The two of them had grown up together, best friends. Because Sen'jin, the Darkspear leader, was his father, Vol'jin had always been considered first between them, but not in his own mind. And Zalazane had known that. They'd spoken of it often, laughing at the ignorance of those who thought of one as hero and the other as benighted companion. Even as Vol'jin concentrated on becoming a shadow hunter, Zalazane became a witch doctor under Master Godrin. Sen'jin himself had encouraged Zalazane, and there had been those among the Darkspears who thought Zalazane was being trained to lead after Sen'jin, while Vol'jin was destined for greater things. But even in that, people were fooled, for the both of them believed in Sen'jin's dream of a homeland for the Darkspears, a place where they could thrive without fear, without enemies preying upon them. And even Sen'jin's death at the webbed hands of Murlocs could not kill that dream. Somewhere, at some time, doubt wormed its way into Zalazane's soul. Perhaps it was knowing that Sen'jin, a powerful witch doctor, could die so easily. It could have been hearing just one too many times that Vol'jin was the hero and he was the companion. It could have been something that Vol'jin couldn't even guess at. But whatever it was, it caused Zalazane to savagely lunge for power. That power made him insane. Zalazane enslaved most of the Darkspears, turning them into mindless minions. Vol'jin escaped with some, then returned with his Horde allies to free the Echo Isles. He'd led the forces that killed Zalazane, felt his blood splash, heard him breathe his last. He liked to think, in that last moment, in the last spark he'd seen in Zalazane's eyes, that his old friend had returned to sanity and was pleased to be free. So I think he'd be with Garrosh. Exalted because he was his father's son, but hardly revered for himself or his actions, Garrosh was feared by many. He had learned that fear was an effective lash with which to keep subordinates in line. But not all of them cringed at the whip crack. Not me. Because Garrosh felt his position was due as much to his father's memory as it was to his own worthiness, he doubted his standing. If he could see himself as unworthy, clearly others could. I did, and I told him so. Doubt could be hidden, so anyone could be a potential enemy. The only way to eliminate them would be to conquer them. Yet all the conquests in the world would not silence that voice in his head that said, "Yes, but you are not your father." Vol'jin stretched out on his sleeping mat. My father had a dream. He shared it with me. He made it my legacy, and I was fortunate enough to be understanding it. Because of that, I can make it come true. Because of that, I can know peace. He spoke into the emptiness. But Garrosh gonna never know peace. That means no one else will. Chapter 7. A storm blew in from the south, with howling winds, dark clouds, and snow flying sideways so hard it stung the flesh. The blizzard hit very fast. Vol'jin had awakened to sunshine, but before he had finished his chores, in this case dusting the tops of shelves in which many ancient scrolls were kept, the temperature dropped, the air darkened, and the storm shrieked as if the monastery were under assault by demons. Vol'jin knew little enough about blizzards that he didn't panic. Senior monks combed through the monastery, bringing everyone together in the massive dining hall. Everyone went to their mess area. Being taller than anyone else, Vol'jin could easily see the monks counting heads. It occurred to him that such a savage storm might blind someone and confuse him. To be lost in the storm would be to die in it. To his shame, Vol'jin did not notice what Chen pointed out even before the head count was completed. Tirathan's not here. Vol'jin glanced toward the mountaintop. He wouldn't head out when a storm gonna be blowing up big like this. Taranju stood on a raised dais. There is a hollow where he often stops to rest. It faces north and is sheltered. He never would have known the storm was coming. Master Stormstout, you will fill a cask with your get-well brew. First and second houses will organize themselves to search. Vol'jin lifted his head. What you be having me do? Return to your chores, Vol'jin. There was no Jian in Taranju's use of his name. There is nothing for you to do. That storm will be killing him. It will kill you too, faster than it will kill him. The elder Pandaren clapped his paws once, and his charges scattered. You know little of snowstorms like this.
Shatter stone you might, but the storm will shatter you. It will suck out your warmth and your strength. We would carry you back here before we ever found him. I cannot be standing by and do nothing. Good. Then I shall give you a task, a question to contemplate. The Pandharan's nostrils flared, but his voice remained even and unemotional. Is it to save the man that you wish to act, or to preserve your self-conception as hero? I expect much dusting to be done before you have reached the truth. Fury roared through Vol'jin's soul, but he did not give it voice. The master monk had hit the truth twice, perfectly on target, like the archers under his command. The storm would kill Vol'jin. It might even kill him were he fully healthy. A tolerance for cold had never been much in demand among the Darkspear trolls. More important, and the shot that sunk home the deepest, was Taranju's reading of why Vol'jin wished to be part of the rescue. It was less out of concern for Tirathan Court's welfare than it was for himself. He did not want to be sidelined when danger demanded action. That spoke of weakness, which he did not want to acknowledge. And were he able to rescue Tirathan, then Vol'jin and his condition would be ascendant over that of the man. The man had witnessed his weakness, and this rankled. As he returned to his dusting, Vol'jin realized that he felt beholden to the man, and this did not sit well with him. Trolls and men had never been true to each other except through hatred. Vol'jin had killed more men than he cared to count. The way Tirathan had studied him said the hunter had killed his share of trolls. They had been born enemies. Even here, the Pandharan kept them because they were so opposite that they balanced each other. And yet, what have I been having from this man but kindness? Part of Vol'jin wanted to dismiss that as weakness. It was supplication based in fear. Tirathan hoped that when Vol'jin was well, he would not kill the man. While it was easy to imagine this was true, and countless were the trolls who would believe it as if it were a message delivered by the Loa, Vol'jin could not accept it. Tirathan might have been tasked with his care, but the kindness with the tunic, that was not a servant fulfilling a duty. It was more. It deserves respect. Vol'jin had finished the high shelves and begun the lowest before the search party's return. Excited voices suggested they'd been successful. At the noon meal, Vol'jin looked for Tirathan first, then Chen and Taranju. When he failed to see them, he looked for the healers. He saw one or two, but for only as long as it took them to grab some food and disappear again. The storm's occupation of the mountain meant a grim, dark day, the end of which was heralded by greater darkness and more cold. As monks gathered for the evening meal, a young female monk found him and brought him back to the infirmary. Chen and Taranju awaited him, neither looking happy. Tirathan Court lay in bed, his flesh gray, yet with sweat dappling his brows. Several thick blankets covered him to the throat. He thrashed against them, but so weakly they imprisoned him. Sympathy flashed through Vol'jin. The monastery's lord pointed at Vol'jin. There is a task you will perform. If you do not do it, he shall die. And before an ignoble thought can root itself in your mind, I tell you this. If you refuse, surely you shall die. Not by my action, or by that of any of the monks here. Because that thing you shattered beyond the stone will be allowed back into your soul, and it will kill you.
Vol'jin dropped to a knee and watched Tirathan's face. Fear, hatred, shame. These emotions and more passed over his features. He sleeps. He dreams. What can I do? It is not what you can do, troll. It is what you must do. Taranju exhaled slowly. Away from here, to the south and the east, there is a temple. It is one of many in Pandaria, but it and its companions are special. At each, the Emperor Shaohao, in his wisdom, trapped one of the Sha. The Sha are of a similar nature to your Loa. They embody aspects of intelligent nature, the darker ones. At the Temple of the Jade Serpent, the Emperor trapped the Sha of Doubt. Vol'jin frowned. There be no spirit of doubt. No? Then what was it you destroyed with that punch? Taranju gathered his paws at the small of his back. You have doubt. We all have doubts, and the Sha uses them. It makes them resonate within, paralyzing us, killing the soul. We, the Shadowpan, are trained, as you now understand, to deal with the Sha. Unfortunately, Tirathan Court encountered them before he was prepared. Vol'jin stood again. What can I be doing? What must I be doing? You are of his world. You understand it. Taranju nodded to Chen. Master Stormstout has prepared a draft from our apothecary. We call it memory wine. Both you and the man will drink, and then you will be guided into his dreams. As the Loa sometimes work through you, so you shall work through him. You have destroyed doubt, Vol'jin, but doubt still infects him. You must find it and drive it out. The troll's eyes narrowed. You cannot? If I could, do you not think I would do it rather than entrust it to someone who is barely a novitiate? Vol'jin bowed his head. Of course. One caution for you, troll. Understand that what you see and experience is not reality. It is his memory of what happened. Were you to speak with every survivor of that battle, none would tell the same tale. Do not strive to understand his memories. Find his doubt and uproot it. I be knowing what to do. The female monk and Chen dragged over another bed, but Vol'jin waved it away. He stretched out on the stone floor next to Tirathan. Better to remember I be a troll. He accepted the wooden bowl from Chen's paw. The dark liquid tasted greasy and stung as if laced with nettles. It soured quickly on the tongue, save where the tannic bite numbed him. He swallowed twice to get the memory wine all down, then lay back and closed his eyes. He projected his senses as he would when reaching out to the Loa, but found the landscape distinctly Pandaran, all green and warm gray, though flecks of snow flashed through it. Taranju stood there, a silent ghost. His right paw pointed toward a dark cave. Pandaran footprints also pointed the way, but stopped at the stone mouth. Vol'jin twisted sideways and ducked to get through. The stone walls squeezed. For a heartbeat, he feared he wouldn't make it. Then, with what felt like a tearing of his flesh, he made it, and almost screamed. He looked out at the world through Tirithon Court's eyes and found it too bright and too green. He raised a hand to shield his eyes. Surprise raced through him. The arms were too short, the body broader and yet weaker. He could take only tiny steps. Everywhere he looked, men and women, wearing the blue tabards trimmed in gold of Stormwind, sharpened weapons and adjusted armor, while Jinyu conscripts gaped in awe. A young soldier appeared in front of him and saluted. "The war leader requests your presence on the hill, sir." "Thank you." Vol'jin rode along with the memory, getting used to the sensation of being in a human body. Tirithon wore his bow over his back. A quiver slapped against his right thigh. A few bits of mail rustled, but otherwise leather encased him. He'd taken every part from beasts he'd killed. He'd tanned it and sewn it, trusting in nothing others had prepared. Vol'jin smiled, for he recognized that sentiment. Tirithon ran up the hill easily, leaving Vol'jin little doubt why he enjoyed time on the mountain here. He stopped before a massive hulk of a man with a thick beard. The war leader's armor gleamed blindingly, and the white of his tabard had no hints of blood. "You asked to see me, sir." The man, Bolton Vanist, pointed to the valley below. "That's our objective, the Serpent's Heart. Seems peaceful enough, but I know better than to trust that. I've culled a dozen skirmishers from my force, the best of the hunters. I want you to scout and report. I won't have us ambushed." "Understood, sir." Tirithon saluted smartly. "You'll have my report in an hour, 2 at most. 3, if it's complete." The war leader dismissed him with a salute. Tirithon sped off, and Vol'jin catalogued every sensation. As they descended a rocky hill trail, the troll noticed the leaps that the man refused. He sought a sense of doubt in those choices, but instead found confidence. Tirithon knew himself well, and to make those leaps, which would not have concerned a troll, would snap a leg or twist an ankle. The sheer fragility of being human surprised Vol'jin. He'd always rejoiced in it. It made breaking them so very easy, but now it made him wonder about them. They knew death could come quickly, yet they fought and explored and showed no lack of courage. It was as if mortality was so well known a companion that they could embrace it easily. As Tirithon arrived amid a squad of 12 hunters like himself, Vol'jin noticed that the man had no companion animal with him. The others did, marking their travels throughout the world. Raptors and turtles, giant spiders and bloodseeker bats. The humans chose their companions through a logic that escaped Vol'jin. With concise hand signals, Tirithon gave his soldiers their orders, then split them into small groups, just as he splits the cubes in Jiwi. His own group he took around to the south, to the farthest objective. They moved quickly and quietly, equal in stealth to the velvet-footed Pandaren monks. Tirithon had an arrow nocked, but not yet drawn. When the scream came from the west, the reality of things changed. Vol'jin would have been lost save that he understood battle and how it shifted perception. Time slowed as he watched disaster unfold. Then it sprinted as disaster erupted. It would take forever to watch an arrow fly toward a friend, and yet only an instant for her life to pump out in a great crimson spurt. Where there had been no enemies, now a legion beset his people. Odd spirit creatures raced among them, touching, rending, ripping shrieks from them before opening those same throats. Companion animals roared and snarled, biting and clawing, only to be swarmed over and ripped apart. And Tirithon, for his part, tried to remain calm. He loosed arrow after arrow with smooth, strong draws. Oh, the monks. They would be so shamed were he to touch a bow. Vol'jin did not doubt that Tirithon could shoot so quickly and accurately that he could split a monk's arrow before it ever hit the target, and then drive its head straight through. Then a woman went down, dark-haired and sleek like the cat accompanying her. Tirithon shouted, darted toward her. He sped arrows at the Shah, attacking her. He killed one, then a second, but a stone rolled beneath his foot. He missed the third. From his vantage point, Vol'jin knew that shot would not have mattered. She stared at the both of them with glassy eyes in a red mask. Blood spurted, her tabard drinking it all in. If there was anything to be remembered at all of her death, it was the way her hand lay easily on her dead companion's broad head. Tirithon went down to a knee. Then something hit him hard in the flank. His bow flew from his hand as he sailed through the air. He smashed into a stone serpent, hitting just below his left hip. The legs snapped, arcing argent agony through him. He bounced once, then rolled to a stop. He faced the dead woman. If not for me, you would be alive. There it was, the root of doubt. Vol'jin looked down and caught a black thread stuck to a thorn. It pierced him once, just missing his heart, then burst out his back. It came around again, poised like a viper to strike once more. But Vol'jin reached out with a spirit hand and caught it beneath the thorn as he might grab a snake. With the caress of a thumb, he decapitated it, then reached down and broke off the longer thread. The middle section slithered quickly and deep into Tirithon. It wrapped tight round his heart and began to squeeze. The man's body tightened, his back bowed, but the broken thread could not squeeze hard enough. It twisted down and away, threading itself into his spine, and rode his pain up into his brain. There it struck and wrung from the man a soul-rending howl. Vol'jin's image of Tirithon vanished like a reflection swallowed in a vortex. All light drained into a black hole, and then silver suffering burst back out, shocking man and troll alike. Vol'jin jerked, face wet with sweat, his hands searching his body for wounds. He grabbed his thigh, feeling the pain of its breaking fade. He gasped, then looked at Tirithon. Hints of color had returned to the man's flesh. He breathed more easily. He no longer struggled beneath the blankets. Vol'jin studied him. Still so weak and far more frail than the troll could have imagined before walking in his skin. The man had steel in him that would allow him to recover. Part of Vol'jin hated that, since he recognized it as a trait that many humans shared. It was trouble for trolls. And yet, at the same time, he admired it because of the spirit it took to fight hard against death. The troll looked up at Lord Taranju. Some escaped me. I be not able to get it all. You got enough. The Pandaren monk nodded solemnly. And for now, that will have to suffice.
Warst du jemals auf der Siegessäule?
Digga, ich war nicht mal auf dem Fernsehturm.
Ja, das ist auch, Digga, das ist nicht in Ordnung. Bin ich ehrlich.
Doch, wieso denn? Was soll ich da?
Nee, Mann.
Ja,
Na, mal gucken.
Digga, die machen ihr Ding, ich mach mein Ding. Das ist alles gut so.
Freunde, es ist soweit. RBNX Mango, die süßeste Südfruchtversuchung, seit es süße Südfrüchte gibt, hat ein neues Monoton und unfähig hochgeladen. Ich freue mich ein Schnitzel. Es geht um unsere Heimat Berlin. Let's go.
Ja, Arm und sie war gestern, heute ist monoton und unfähig.
Ja, mal gucken, was der Zugezogene zu sagen hat.
Ja, moin, liebe Freunde der emotionslosen Sprachveranstaltungs- und Beschwerdekultur und herzlich willkommen in der neuen Generation eines Formates, in dem wir uns zuvor über die schlimmsten Dinge in der virtuellen Welt beschwert haben, wie etwa League of Legends, und jetzt in einem revolutionären und weltverändernden Schritt uns über das Schlimmste, was der echten Welt hier angetan wurde, beschweren: Berlin. Kleiner Witz zum Anfang, das wäre natürlich Bayern, aber nach München geht's erst in einer späteren Folge. Da ich das echte Leben hasse, aber manchmal auch raus muss, damit mein kleiner Finger nicht an der Q-Taste festwächst, hatte ich den Geistesblitz, mir in monoton und unfähige Manier eure Heimatstädte mal genauer anzugucken und damit auch zu verhindern, dass ihr jemals raus müsst, um euch in echt andere Städte anzugucken. Doch bevor ich 5 Stunden durch Deutschland fahre, um auf etwas zu hören und mir Osnabrück anzugucken, dachte ich mir, fange ich bei der Kleinstadt vor meiner Haustür an, und auch wenn es an einem Tag absolut unmöglich ist, alles in Berlin zu zeigen, habe ich euch eine kleine...
Ich hätte gedacht, von ihm kommt Original, und auch wenn es absolut unmöglich ist, an einem Tag alles in Berlin zu finden.
Ich check gerade die Karte und denke mir so, die Orte sind nicht so, wie es wirklich ist. Nicht so
Bist du
richtig
sicher?
jedenfalls. Ja, ich glaube nicht, oder?
Ich glaube schon, nach der Zusammenlegung der Bezirke.
Ah, das könnte sein. Ja, aber
Schon.
der
aber auch
exakte
scheiß
Ort stimmt
Auswahl
nicht.
vor-
Hm.
zu präsentieren und damit engage. Der Tagestrip durch Berlin beginnt zu meinem Leid zwar nicht mit einem Actual Trip, aber dafür an dem Ort, dank dem ich auch
Der Sound.
Anrufen ab April legal sein wird und der außerdem auch 95% der im gesamten Land gehissten Deutschlandflaggen außerhalb Sachsen-Anhalts beherbergt. Ich vermute übrigens, dass es am Vortag zu einem planetenkonjunktionsähnlichem Zustand auf den Essenstellern sämtlicher Berliner Kinder gekommen sein muss. Anders außer durch kollektives Aufessen kann ich mir nämlich nicht erklären, dass es ausgerechnet an diesem Tag gutes Wetter geben musste. Das lässt das Ganze ja beinahe genießbar aussehen, und das ist ja wirklich nicht der Vibe, den wir hier vermitteln wollen. Neben dem Bundestag im Hintergrund darf natürlich auch Scholzis Privatmanege schräg gegenüber nicht fehlen, und da die Mieten in Berlin immer höher werden, je näher man an dieses...
Ich muss ganz kurz unterbrechen, weil das Wichtigste im Bild und das Typischste für Berlin ist am Boden, beziehungsweise am Horizont zu sehen.
Die
Baustellen,
Baken, meinst du?
Baustellenzäune.
Ganz wichtig.
Gebäude rankommt, hoffe ich immer noch darauf, dass der deutsche Staat einfach 2 Zimmer dieses Gebäudes auf Airbnb knattert und damit für jeden Monat, die Dinge ausgebucht sind, die Bundesrepublik um 25% zu entschulden und sich überhart einen abzuasseln. Falls jemand Lindners Nummer hat, sagt mal Bescheid, ich übernehme den Posten als Finanzminister gerne. Falls ihr euch noch
Wir würden
gefragt
keine
habt, wie es
Änderung
im
spüren.
idyllischen Regierungsviertel Berlins so klingt, habe ich mir natürlich die Zeit genommen, kurz die Atmosphäre einzufangen. Hier ein kleiner Einblick. Wenige Meter weiter
Schön.
steht übrigens noch eine Ampel rum. Das fand ich witzig, weil in dem Gebäude die Ampelregierung sitzt. Das richtige Ding, die Ampel, war aber irgendwie die ganze Zeit nur grün und gar nicht rot oder gelb. Beinahe so, als wenn sie die aktuelle regierungsbezogene Diskussionskultur im Internet widerspiegelt. Damit ein Anblick von irgendwas in Deutschland, aber
Das war ein sehr starker Kommentar. Ja.
War der gut konzipiert, Digga.
Und schau mal, eine Baustelle.
nicht so schön wird, gab es natürlich auch direkt vor dem Bundestag noch eine Baustelle. Und aufgrund des Durchmessers dieses Riesenbohrers kann es, denke ich, nicht zu vieles werden, außer einer 1:1 Nachbildung dieses einen Twitter-Videos von Drake, das letztens trendete. Was genau das vor dem Reichstagsgebäude machen soll, weiß ich nicht, aber ohne Schwanz kein Glanz.
Ich erkläre euch das ganz kurz, warum der Bohrer da steht, Freunde. Und zwar so nah am Bundestag. Nein, die bauen ja an, die bauen einen Direktzugang zur Hohlerde, damit die Reptiloiden nicht mehr so weit laufen müssen.
Ja, ist so ein Ein-Mann-Fahrstuhl. Das ist total super. Funktioniert wie Rohrpost.
Na, eigentlich wollen sie die U55 nochmal erweitern.
Reichstagsgebäude machen soll, weiß ich nicht, aber ohne Schwanz kein Glanz. Von unserem Startpunkt aus schaffte ich es gerade mal 300 Meter weit, bis mich League of Legends auch im echten Leben einholte und eine der Statuen am Reichstagsgebäude einfach ein Soraka-Auto-Attack in der Hand hielt. So machen auch Flaggen der Sowjetunion viel mehr Sinn, die waren einfach ein Poppy- und Soraka-Bot-Duo, das erklärt auch das unfassbar schlechte Late-Game-Scaling. Falls euch die Säulen hier bekannt vorkommen, kann das daran liegen, dass die zu diesem Tor hier gehören, das auch in Berlin steht. Deswegen sind wir aber nicht hier, das hielt mich aber auch nicht davon ab, einmal fachmännisch den Baustoff zu testen, nicht, dass da noch Einsturzgefahr besteht und keiner das rafft. An dem Stein zu lecken habe ich mich dann aber doch nicht getraut, da wäre meine Zunge nur orange geworden. Der Grund, warum ich unbedingt hier hin wollte, ist dieser Platz.
Haben sie aber ganz gut rausgekriegt, oder? Oder sieht man das noch dolle mit der orangefarbenen Farbe?
Digga, weißt du noch nicht, das letzte Mal am Brandenburger Tor war, Alter?
Keine Ahnung.
Ich hab gar keinen Plan.
Podcast und ich denke, die Begeisterung steht mir ins Gesicht geschrieben und ich erkläre euch auch gerne wieso. Das liegt nicht etwa am Adlon oder halt dem Brandenburger Tor, sondern daran, dass sich auf diesem Platz für gewöhnlich alle Absurditäten von Berlin auf einmal versammeln.
Das ist
Denn
wahr.
was verkörpert Berlin mehr als Straßenmusik im Sonnenuntergang, dazu tanzende Frührentner, einem Kollegen, bei dem es absolut unmöglich ist zu sagen, ob er im Besitz von 15 Euro und einer Matratze oder 27 Luxus-Apartments ist, einem farbenblind gekleideten Clown, einem farbenblind gekleideten Serious-Geschäftsmann, der nicht so Serious E-Scooter fährt, Gruppenfahrrädern, die keine Fahrräder sind, aber aus Fahrrädern gebaut werden, während schräg gegenüber geheiratet wird und das alles auf 10 mal 10 Metern Fläche. Leider gab es bei uns nur ein
Ich
Tier-
wollte das gerade sagen, es ist nicht möglich, am Brandenburger Tor zu stehen, ohne dass da ein Heiratspärchen ist, die gerade Luftballons steigen lassen. Das ist nicht möglich.
Der doch zu gut spielte, um sich darüber lustig zu machen, der auch noch Lukas hieß und ein Sonnenblumentaxi, hat mich nicht ganz so abgeholt wie gedacht. Wir waren aber auch in der Woche um 12 Uhr mittags hier, also was kann man erwarten? Da ich an diesem Punkt des Tages bereits mehr
Übrigens,
gelaufen...
ich sehe gerade, ich habe meine Frage selbst beantworten können. Ja doch, man sieht die orangene Farbe doch noch recht deutlich. Es war auch echt nicht so eine schlaue Aktion, ne? Muss man einfach sagen. War auch echt dumm.
Das kann man erwarten. Da ich an diesem Punkt des Tages bereits mehr gelaufen bin als in den letzten 2 Wochen zusammen, haben wir die Siegessäule nur aus der Entfernung mitgenommen. Die ist honestly aber auch irgendwie halt einfach da. Ich verbinde die seit 20 Jahren auch sowieso mit der Badstraße aus Monopoly, weil sie in diesem Monopoly Banking ganz vorne mit Checkpoint Charlie die brauchen.
Warst du jemals auf der Siegessäule?
Digga, ich war nicht mal im Fernsehturm.
Ja, das ist auch, Digga, das ist nicht in Ordnung. Bin ich ehrlich.
Doch, wieso
Find ich
denn? Was soll ich da?
Nee, Mann. Hä?
Ah,
Mal gucken.
Digga, die machen ihr Ding, ich mach mein Ding. Ist alles gut so.
Wessis, Alter, ganz ehrlich. Ganz ehrlich.
Randstraßen.
Das ist was für Touristen.
Ist also eh nichts wert.
Digga, Fernsehturm, Mann.
Ah.
Mach mal nicht den jetzt, Alter. Ist was für Touristen, ey. Geh mal nach Hause, Mann.
Irgendwo auf der Straße.
Was ich eigentlich sagen wollte, Siegessäule ist für mich einfach nur ein Kreisverkehr.
Ja, ist auch so.
Ist für mich einfach nur ein Kreisverkehr.
Ja, ja.
Davor fiel mir dann aber noch diese Statue auf, die ich prompt nachahmte. Dazu fiel mir tatsächlich auch der wahrscheinlich intelligenteste Gedanke, den ich in den letzten 3 Jahren hatte, ein. Damit ihr den hören könnt, müsst ihr aber den Vlog für YouTube oder Patreon-Member angucken. Get scammed. Von einem noch ganz ansehnlichen Ort ging es dann aber in die Blighttown von Berlin, meinem absoluten Unlieblingsplatz aller Plätze, die jemals geplatzt wurden, dem Alexanderplatz. Nur wenige als Einkaufsgelegenheiten getarnte
Jetzt wird's wild.
zusammengewürfelte Nachkriegsarchitekturveranstaltungen verkörpern.
Ganz ehrlich, der Alex ist für mich die größte Verschandelung,
Ja.
die Berlin jemals hingelegt hat.
Ist so.
So, alle Leute, die vor 1995 geboren, naja, sagen wir mal, alle Leute, die doch.
l'artillerie lourde. Cybersoldat méchamment blindé détecté. Vous êtes une machine à tuer.
Vous n'êtes qu'un cyber-rat, prisonnier de mon cyber-piège. Je suis le cyborg ultime. Saloperie de hardware
boom.
Excuse-moi, mais on m'attend pour une after de funérailles.
I'm on drugs!
Look at where you are, you think you're a star. It's funny how I got you the way you are. You don't think of me, you think of some dream. I hate to break it, but you only made it with the help of me. Burn down your friend. Yeah, all I know is I'm not burning. Burn down your but I think we both know if it comes down to it, I can hold my own. I took my time to help you build this kingdom you see them. Burn down your throne. Yeah, all I know is I'ma burn. Burn down your throne. I'ma burn it down. I'ma burn it down. Burn down your throne. Burn down your throne.
I've never been too good at goodbyes. but I swear I'm even worse at lows. And now I finally brought you inside. I can't bring myself to let you go. Keep running, do something. Time's coming. I don't wanna face the truth. These voices keep calling, say nothing. I just think I'm born to lose. I'm not what you needed. Come pick up the pieces. You won't stop the bleeding. I'm not what you needed. I always seem to let you down, and I know I'll never be enough. And now I've made my peace on the ground. I don't think that I can pick myself up. Keep running, do something. Time's coming. I don't wanna face the truth. These voices keep calling, say nothing. I just think I'm born to lose. I'm not what you needed. Come pick up the pieces. I'm not what you needed.
I don't wanna keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. Keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. I don't wanna keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. Keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. Useless, useless. Useless, useless. Useless, useless. I don't wanna keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. Keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. Useless, useless. Come on, useless, useless. Useless, useless. like filling the silence with casual violence. I'm killing my time just to quiet my mind, so I'm numb to the pain now. My life's filled with haze. Did I let these distractions become my bad habits? Obsessed with the status of everything, I just don't mean anything now. It's emptying me out. This is my downfall, lose control, watch me go. I'm slipping down the rabbit hole. Can't stop it, can't stop my downfall, lose control, watch me go. I'm slipping down the rabbit hole. This is my downfall. This is my downfall. This is my downfall. I guess my oasis was really a cage, and now I can't escape it. It's all my own making, and I can't let me out. Why can't I let me out? My eyes are faking, and all I can see is my isolation circling me. I'm drowning and drowning in my apathy. This is my downfall, lose control, watch me go. I'm slipping down the rabbit hole. Can't stop it, can't stop my downfall, lose control, watch me go. I'm slipping down the rabbit hole. This is my downfall. This will be my downfall. The writing's on the wall. This will be my downfall. Why don't I care? This will be my downfall. The writing's on the wall. This will be my downfall. Why don't I care? This is my downfall. Lose control. Watch me go. I'm slipping down the rabbit hole. Can't stop it. Can't stop my downfall. Lose control. Watch me go. I'm slipping
was running around the table with no worries to face. Acting like I'm Superman while wearing a cape, but it's hard now. Don't wanna get old now. It's funny how to see all the tables have turned. I used to be the predator, but now I get hurt, and I'm slowly losing my heartbeat. And I'm gonna try to run into the distance. I'm gonna try to fight all of my demons. No one ever told me how to deal with my darkness, so I'm gonna burn it down till there's nothing left. And I'm gonna try to run into the distance. I'm gonna try to fight all of my demons. No one ever told me how to deal with my darkness, so I'm gonna burn it down till there's nothing left. Till there's nothing left.
I got one word. Tell me do I care? Tell me that for one another. You got what I know. Tell me got my back. Tell me in my road. You got what I know. Tell me got my back. Tell me in my road. You got what I know. I'll pick up the pieces if you come undone. Painting stars up on your ceiling, cause you wish that you could find some feeling. Yeah, you know you can call me if you need someone. I need you to hold on. Heaven is a place not too far away. We all know I should be the one to say we all make mistakes. Take my hand and hold on. Tell me everything that you need to say. Cause I know how it feels to be someone. Feels to be someone who loses their way. Cause I know how it feels to be someone. Feels to be someone who loses their way. Looking for answers in a place unknown. You need the connection, but you can't get close. Painting stars up on your ceiling, cause you wish that you could find some feeling. Yeah, you know you can call me if you need someone. I need you to hold on. Heaven is a place not too far away. We all know I should be the one to say we all make mistakes. Take my hand and hold on. Tell me everything that you need to say. Cause I know how it feels to be someone. Feels to be someone who loses their way. Painting stars up on your ceiling, cause you wish that you could find some feeling. Yeah, you know you can call me if you need someone. Look at where you are. You think you're a star. It's funny how I got you the way you are. You don't think of me, you think of some dream. I hate to break it, but you only made it with the help of me. Burn down your friend. Yeah, all I know is I'm a burn down your but I think we both know if it comes down to it, I can hold my own. I took my time to help you build the kingdom you see it. Burn down your throne. Yeah, all I know is I'm a burn down your throne. I'ma burn it down. I'ma burn it down.
Never been too good at goodbyes, but I swear I'm even worse at lows. And now I finally brought you inside. I can't bring myself to let you go. Keep running, do something. Time's coming. I don't wanna face the truth. These voices keep calling. Say nothing. I just think I'm born to lose. I'm not what you needed. Come pick up the pieces. You won't stop the bleeding. I'm not what you needed. I always seem to let you down, and I know I'll never be enough. And now I've made my peace on the ground. I don't think that I can pick myself up. Keep running, do something. Time's coming.
Chapter 8. The storm broke along with Tirathan's fever, causing Chen to wonder if the weather wasn't somehow supernatural in nature. It certainly was a sinister notion, but it didn't stay with him too long. He really found no purchase in his heart, for even as the last snowflake fell, Chen saw signs of snow lilies fighting their way up toward sunshine. Surely something evil never would have allowed that to happen. Terranju did not pass judgment on the nature of the storm's origin, but dispatched monks south, west, and east to assess damage. Chen volunteered to head east, since that would take him toward the Temple of the White Tiger. He'd be able to see his niece and learn how she'd fared. Terranju had agreed to allow him to go, and promised that Tirathan would have the best of care in his absence. For Chen, it felt good to be out of the monastery. Traveling fed his wanderlust. He was certain most of the monks put his willingness to descend the mountain down to that and that alone. It fit with their sense of the world, and their idea that those who dwelt on Shenzin-su were, by their very nature, out of balance, and tilted toward Huaojin. Chen wasn't going to deny that he liked travel and exploration. Others might have itchy feet because they feared being trapped, but not Chen. He turned to his traveling companion and smiled. I just feel that every time I move on, I'm making room for someone else to rest and enjoy for a while. Yalia's sage whisper graced him with a quizzical expression, yet not one devoid of mirth. Master Stormstone, are we having another conversation of which I've not been part of the first half? My apologies, sister. Sometimes thoughts rattle around in my head and just tumble out like Jiwi cubes. Never know which face will be up. He pointed back toward the monastery hidden beneath a cloak of clouds. I like the monastery perfectly well. But you could not dwell there forever. No, I don't think so. Chen frowned. Have we had this conversation before? She shook her head. There are times, Master Stormstout, when you pause while sweeping, or when you watch the man head off for his trek up the mountain, and you get lost. You focus elsewhere, just as you focus when you are preparing a concoction. You've noticed that. Chen's heart beat a bit faster. You've been watching me. It is difficult not to pay attention when the love of enterprise shines so brightly in one. A sidelong glance lingered, and a smile joined it. Do you wish to know what I see when you work? I would be honored to hear your thoughts. You become a lens, Master Stormstout. You have the experience of the world beyond Pandaria, and you focus it on what you do. Take, for example, the Get Well brew you created for the troll. There are Pandaren brewmasters who could have executed the brewing with your same skill, perhaps even more. However, their lack of experience means they would not know what to add to it to infuse it with well-being for the troll. She glanced down. I fear I do not express myself well. No, I understand. Thank you. Chen smiled. It's humbling to see yourself through someone else's eyes. You're right, of course. It's just that I've never seen it as focus. I see it as fun, as a gift I am giving others. When I made tea for you and Lord Taranju, I wanted to show my appreciation and to share some of me. By your reckoning, that meant I was sharing part of the world. You did. Thank you. She nodded as they slowly descended into a valley surrounded by a patchwork of distant villages and cultivated fields. Your earlier statement suggests motivation for this journey beyond chasing the turtle or the desire to see your niece. Am I correct? Yes. Chen's brow furrowed. If I could identify it, I would not run from it. I'm not really running now. I just need perspective. That's it. He nodded quickly, liking that she'd pulled the word from his mind. I have been seeing to the physical recovery of Vol'jin and Tirathan Court. They are healing. Bodily, anyway. But each still carries wounds. I cannot see. Yalia turned and laid a paw on his shoulder. It is not your fault that you cannot see. What they hide well. And even if you could see, you could not make them see. Healing of that sort can be encouraged but not compelled. And sometimes it hurts the healer to have to wait. You speak from experience? Chen leaped over a small brook. Yalia sprightly picked her way over rocks. An experience, yes. A very rare one. Most of our initiates are chosen through a series of trials, but this is not always so. Do you know how the other cubs, the very special cubs, come to be chosen, Master Stormstout? The brewmaster shook his head. I never thought about it. Legend has it that some cubs are not meant to undergo the trial of the red blossoms. Their fates are decided in a very different way. As she spoke, her stare grew distant, and her soft voice became even softer. These cubs, wise beyond their years, some suggest, arrive as toddlers in form, but ancient in spirit. Kind travelers give them aid, and legends suggest those travelers are the gods themselves. These cubs are accepted by the Shadowpan Lord. They're spoken of as the guided cubs. I was a guided cub. My home village, Zhaoqin, is there on the north coast. My father was a fisher. He owned his own boat and was prosperous. In our village, there were many proud families. As I grew up, I understood that I would be given in marriage to the son of another fisher. The difficulty was that there were 2 candidates, each a half-dozen years older than I. They competed for my attention, and for the whole village's attention. The choice would guarantee the fortunes of one family, and sides were chosen quickly. Yalia glanced at him for a heartbeat. You must understand, Master Stormstout, that I understood the way of the world. I understood that I was a prize, and that this was my role in life. Perhaps, were I older, I would have resented being reduced to chattel. The reality I saw made that unimportant. What did you see? Yenki and Xinhua's rivalry had begun with a benign nature. They are Pandaren. Many antics, much noise and bustle, but no real hurts. Yet each did things that progressed. Their actions escalated, each egging the other on to do more. And in their voices, hints of acrimony. She opened her paws. I could see what others could not. This rivalry between friends would become enmity. And while it might never get to the point where one would strike another in anger, they would each do something to prove themselves worthier of winning me. They would take undue risks, silly risks. This would not stop after I had been won, but would continue until one or the other died. The survivor would live forever with guilt. Thus 2 lives would be destroyed. 3, counting your own. This I understand after many years. Then, not yet a half-dozen years old, I knew only that they would die because of me. So one morning, I packed some rice balls and a change of clothes and headed out. My mother's mother saw me. She helped. She wrapped me up in her favorite scarf. She whispered, I wish I had known your courage, Yalia. And then I made my way to the monastery. Chen waited for more, but Yalia remained silent. Her story made him want to smile, for she'd been a very brave cub, and wise to make the choice and the journey. At the same time, it was a terrible choice for a cub to make. In the echoes of her words, he caught notes of pain and sorrow. Yalia shook her head. It is not lost on me the irony of my being in charge of the trial of the Red Blossom's traditions. I, who never had to endure those tests, now am a gatekeeper to decide who among the hopeful can join us. Had I been judged by the same harsh standards I must now employ, I would not be here. And having to be a harsh taskmistress chafes against your true nature. Chen bent and deftly plucked a pawful of yellow flowers with little red runners. He snapped the blossoms off and rubbed them together between his palms. They released a wonderful scent. He held his paws out to her. She accepted the crushed flowers in her cupped paws and breathed deeply. Spring's promise. There's a similar flower in Durotar, which grows up after rain. They call it heart's ease. Chen rubbed his paws over his neck and cheeks. Not the trolls, mind. They have noble hearts, but do not believe they should be at ease. I think they think there was a time when they were at ease, but that ease is what led them to fall. They let bitterness drive them? Some do. Many, in fact. But not Vol'jin. Yalia poured the yellow petals into a small linen pouch and pulled the drawstring tight. You know the content of his heart that well? I thought I did. Chen shrugged. I think I do. Then believe, Master Chen, that your friend will come to know himself as well as you do. That will be the first signpost on his road to healing. Their initial intent had been to head roughly toward dawn, then cut down along the road to the Temple of the White Tiger. However, before they'd gone even a league along the road, they found 2 young male Pandaren tending a turnip crop, but neither moving very quickly. In fact, they were using their hoes and rakes more as crutches than as farm tools. They had the bruised appearance and defeated demeanor of the recently thrashed. "It was not our fault," one protested as he shared a boiled turnip porridge. "We had vermin infesting our field after digging out from the storm. We asked a wanderer to help us. Before the dust settled from the first fight, she'd finished the lot and expected a reward. I offered her a kiss, and my brother offered too. We are handsome, you know, under these bandages." The other nodded quickly, then raised paws to his head as if the nod threatened to dislodge his skull. "She was a pretty young thing for a wild dog." Chen's eyes narrowed. "Lily Stormstout? You've run afoul of her too?" Chen let a low growl roll from his throat and bared his teeth, since that was what an uncle must do under such circumstances. "She is my niece, and I am a much wilder dog. She must have had some reason for leaving you alive. Tell us which way she went, and I won't have to decide if it was a good enough reason." The 2 of them quailed and fell all over themselves to point north. "People been coming south since the snows looking for help. We've sent food. We'll pack up some for you to bring. Before you find a cart and bring it yourself." "Yes, yes." "That will be good." Chen remained silent, as did the brothers. Yalio was silent as well, but her silence had a different quality to it. After the porridge, Chen made tea and added a few things that would aid the brothers' recovery. "Strain the tea leaves into cloth and use it as a poultice. Good for what ails you." "Yes, Master Stormstout." The brothers of the Stoneraker family bowed deeply and often as the 2 travelers took their leave. "Thank you, Master Stormstout. All blessings to your niece and on your travels." Yalia broke her silence as they passed down a hill, putting the crest between them and the croft. "You would not have inflicted a beating on them?" Chen smiled. "You know me well enough that it's not a question. But you did frighten them." He opened his arms to take in the vista of the narrow valley with steep mountainsides. Below, a stream snaked along, blue where the sun could not touch it, silver where it did. Green, so much green and very deep, along with the rich brown of cultivated fields, screamed fertility. Even the way the buildings had been constructed into the landscape, adding to it without exploiting it, felt incredibly right. I grew up on Shenzhen-su. I love my home. As I look out here, however, it is as if I had been living in a picture. A beautiful picture, yes, but a picture of Pandaria. This land calls to me. It fills an emptiness that I'd never known I had. Maybe that is why I have wandered so much. I was looking, but didn't know what for. He frowned. I growled less for Lily than for them calling her a wild dog. For her, for me, Pandaria is home. It is a place where I could be at home. And yet those 2 are like others, who would forever point out why you are not of Pandaria. You understand. She passed him the sachet of Heart's Ease. Better than you know. They marked their travel north to Zhaoqin not by days or hours, but by the tales of Lily's passing before them. She'd been helpful but irascible. More than one person referred to her as a wild dog, but they quoted her as calling herself that. Proudly, too, as it turned out. Chen could not help but smile, and he easily imagined the legend of a wild dog spreading throughout Pandaria. At Zhaoqin, nestled between cliffs and the sea, they found Lily working hard in the midst of the village. The storm had wrecked one boat, collapsed some houses, and ripped the dock from its pilings. Lily had pitched right in, and by the time they arrived, she was supervising a salvage crew and barking orders at carpenters to speed up work on the houses. Chen caught Lily, hugged her, and spun her around as he had when she was a cub. She squealed, but this time in protest at the destruction of dignity. He set her down, then bowed deeply and respectfully. That gesture silenced clucking tongues, though her returning the bow just a bit deeper and holding it a second longer started their clucking again. Chen introduced Yalia to his niece. Sister Yalia Sage Whisper has traveled from the monastery here with me. Lily raised an eyebrow. I bet that was a long journey. How did you get him out of taverns and not drinking beer all the way here? Yalia smiled. Our journey was sped because we were chasing stories of Lily the wild dog and her exploits. Lily smiled broadly and dug an elbow into her uncle's ribs. She's a sharp one, Uncle Chen. Lily scratched her chin. Sage Whisper? There's a sage flower family here. Name's almost the same. They survived pretty well. Just bumps and bruises. This is good to know, Lily. Yalia nodded respectfully. If there is time, I might pay them a visit. Our names are so close. I'm sure they will marvel at the coincidence. Lily looked around the village. I'll get back to work then. The villagers are great on the water, I'm sure, but need some driving on the land. Lily hugged her uncle again, then ran back to her work crews, whose pace quickened with her increasing proximity. Chen cocked his head. You've not been back here since you joined the monastery, after Terran Zhu changed your name. Does your family know you are alive? She shook her head. Some of us are wild dogs by birth, Master Chen. Others by choice. It is for the best. Chen nodded and returned to her the packet of heart's ease. Chapter 9. It surprised Vol'jin that Tirathan was already up and out of bed by the time he arrived with the jiwi board in pieces. The man had made it all the way over to the window and leaned against it, much as Vol'jin himself had done. The troll noticed that the man's cane remained at the foot of the bed. Tirathan looked back over his shoulder. Can barely see any signs of the storm now. They say you never see the arrow that will kill you. I didn't see that storm. Not at all. Terran Zhu said such storms be unusual, but not rare. Vol'jin set the board down on the side table. The later they come, the more savage they be. The man nodded. Can't see anything, but can still feel it. There is a chill in the air. You should not be barefoot. Nor you. Tirathan turned, a bit unsteadily, then hooked his elbows on the casement. You've taken to adapting yourself to the cold. Up before dawn, standing in the snows on the south side, the snows sheltered in shadow during the day. Admirable but foolish. I do not recommend it. Vol'jin snorted. Calling a troll foolish be most unwise. I hope you will learn from my folly. The man levered himself away from the wall and staggered toward the bed. The limp had almost vanished, despite his weakness. Vol'jin turned toward him, but made no move to aid him. Tirathan smiled, catching himself on the footboard for a rest. It was part of the game they played. The man lowered himself to the edge of the bed. You're late. Did I have you doing my chores? Vol'jin waved the question away as he dragged the side table over, then fetched a chair. It speeds my recovery. Now you come to take care of me. The troll's head came up. Trolls be not without a sense of obligation. Tirathan laughed. I know trolls well enough to know that. Vol'jin centered the board on the table. Do you? Do you remember when you commented on my troll accent? You said Stranglethorn. You ignored me. I chose not to respond. Tirathan accepted a canister, poured out the black pieces, and arranged them in sets of 6. Do you want to know how I learned? Vol'jin shrugged, not because he didn't want to know, but because he knew the man would tell him regardless. You're right. It was Stranglethorn. I found a troll. I paid him very well for a year. He told himself he was my guide. He performed his duties well. I picked up his language, at first without him knowing I was listening, then in conversation. I have a facility for that. I be believing that. Tracking is a language. I would track him. Every day I would go back to a patch of ground to watch how his footprints deteriorated. In the hot season, after the rain, I learned the language that told me how long before he had passed, how quickly he'd gone, how tall he was. Did you kill him after? Tirathan scooped the black troops back into the canister. Not him. I've killed other trolls. I be not fearing you. I know. And I have killed men, as have you. The man set his canister on the table. This troll, Kerendal he called himself, would pray. That's what I thought, and I mentioned it. He said he was speaking to the spirits. I forget what he called them. Vol'jin shook his head. There would be no forgetting. He never told you. Secrets be secrets. Times he would be irritable, like you. Those were times when he spoke to them but got no answers. Does your holy light answer you, man-thing? I've long since stopped believing in it. Which be why it abandoned you. Tirathan laughed. I know why I am abandoned. For the same reason as you. Vol'jin locked his face into a neutral mask, but knew that by that very act he had betrayed himself. The fact was that since he had tracked through Tirathan's memories, since he had seen the world through the man's eyes, the Loa had been distant and quiet. It felt as if the storm that had raged around the monastery still raged in the spirit realm. He could see Bwansamdi and Hirik and Shirvala, but only in dim gray silhouettes that vanished in waves of white. Vol'jin still believed in the Loa, in their leadership and gifts, in the necessity of their worship. He was a shadow hunter. He could read tracks with the same facility as Tirathan, and just as easily he could commune with the Loa. Yet in the storm, tracks vanished, and swirling winds stole words. He'd tried to reach them. His latest attempt had been, in fact, what made him late to meet Tirithon. Vol'jin had composed himself in his cell, had moved beyond awareness of his surroundings, but could not breach the storm's barrier. It seemed as if the cold and the distance from his home, and even his having walked inside the human's flesh, had distracted him. He could not focus to punch through and bridge the distance between himself and the Loa. It was as if once Bwonsamdi had relinquished his claim on Vol'jin. The Loa had lost interest. The troll's head came up. Why be you abandoned? Fear. I be not afraid. But you are. Tirithon tapped his own temple with a finger. I can still feel you in my mind, Vol'jin. Being inside my skin terrified you. Not just because you find it repulsive, but because you found me so fragile. Oh yes, that sense remains with me. Bitter, oily, it will never go away. It's an insight I shall value, I am sure, but you miss its import to you. Vol'jin nodded once, though he did not want to. My being so easily breakable reminded you how close you were to death. There I was, leg broken, trapped, unable to escape, knowing I would die. And you knew the same thing when they tried to kill you. Can you remember what happened after? Chen found me, brought me here. No. That you've been told. The man shook his head. What do you remember, Vol'jin? When I be walking in your skin, be you living in mine? No. Nor would I do that on a bet. Worse than you knowing how vulnerable I am would be my knowing how invulnerable you feel. But to the point, do you remember what happened after? Do you know how you got to where Chen found you? Do you even know why you're alive now? I live, man-thing, because I refused to die. The little bug of a man laughed arrogantly. So you tell yourself. But this is what you're afraid of. You don't know. The link in the chain of experiences between who you were and who you are now has been severed. You can look back at who you were, and you can wonder if that's still you. But there's a void. You can't be sure. Vol'jin growled. And you be sure? Who I am. Tirithon laughed again, but the timbre shifted. Melancholy and a hint of madness ran through it. You saw what you saw. Do you wish to know the rest of it? What you didn't see? Vol'jin again agreed with a nod, wanting to avoid assessing the man's words. I stopped being Tirithon Court. I crawled from that place. Not a man, a beast. Perhaps I saw myself as a troll would see me. Wounded, pathetic, driven by thirst, by hunger. I, a man who had dined with lords and princes, eating the finest flesh that I had placed on the table, I was reduced to prying grubs from dying wood. I ate roots I hoped would finish me or heal me, but often found those that just made me sicker. I covered myself with mud to keep vermin away. I wove twigs and leaves into my hair so I could hide from hunters on both sides. I shied from anything and anyone until happened upon by a Pandaren gathering herbs.
humming happily to himself. Why hadn't you summoned your companion? That stopped Tirathan. He looked down, remaining silent. He swallowed hard, and his voice grew tighter and small. My companion had bound himself to the man I had been. I would not dishonor him by having him see me as I was. And now? The man shook his head. I am no longer Tirathan Court. My companion no longer answers me. Be this because you fear death? No. I fear other things. The man looked up, his eyes glistening emerald. You fear death? Dying not be scaring me. It was more than your death to which I referred. The man's comment sank a blade to the hilt in Vol'jin's breast. He had seen the wisdom of the chain analogy, though he hated it. Clearly the Vol'jin he had been had made mistakes that resulted in his almost being murdered. Yet he lived and had learned, so he would not make the same mistake again. But something in his mind twisted that notion such that it made who he had once been somehow wrong, inferior. While Vol'jin rejected that concept and accepted that he was capable of error, he could not reject the idea that his changed circumstances meant he could not be the troll he had been. The chain be severed, the links be gone. With that loss, however, came new perspective on the greater picture. Vol'jin was not just a troll. He was a shadow hunter. He was the leader of the Dark Spears. He was a leader within the Horde. The troll nearly had died. Did the distance from the lowest signal the death of the shadow hunter? And did his death mean the Dark Spears would die and the Horde would die? Does this mean my father's dream be dying? If his dream died, would it then mock the battle to free the Echo Isles from Zalazane? All the blood that had been shed would be for naught, all the pain meaningless. Event after event, everything in his life and beyond it, trailing back into troll history, all of it crumbled. Do I fear that my failure, my death, be leading to the deaths of the Dark Spears, of the Horde, of trolls themselves? He visualized the black chasm between lying in a pool of blood in a dark cave and waking up in the monastery. Will that void be swallowing everything? The man's voice barely rose above a whisper. Do you want to know the truly cruel thing, Vol'jin? Tell me. You and I, we have died. We are not who we were. Tirathan looked down at his empty hands. What we must do now is create ourselves. Not recreate, but create. This is why it is cruel. When we first did this, we had all the energy of youth. We did not know that attaining our dreams would be impossible. We just went out and got them. Innocence shielded us. Enthusiasm and unflagging confidence got us through. But now we have none of that. Now we are old, wiser, tired. Our burden be lighter. The man smirked. True. I think this is why the simplicity of the monastery appeals to me. It is spare. Duties are defined. The chance to excel is present. The troll's eyes tightened. you shoot well. You watch the archers. Why don't you shoot? I haven't decided if that is part of me. Tirithon looked up and opened his mouth, then shut it abruptly. Vol'jin cocked his head. You had a question. Having a question doesn't mean it deserves an answer. Ask. Will we get past our fear? I be not knowing. Vol'jin's lips pressed together in a grim line. If I find an answer, it be yours. That night, as Vol'jin lay down in sleep, swept the waking world away, the Loa proved they had not completely abandoned him. He found himself one of thousands of bats flapping through the night. He was not with Hirik, but he certainly was a bat by the Loa's grace. So he flew with the others, reading the echoes of their screams piercing the darkness in a world rendered colorless in sound. It made sense to Vol'jin that he could contact the Loa, because being a shadow hunter had been so much of himself. That void, though he could not see into it, could only have been breached by a shadow hunter. All he had learned, all he had endured, surely those were what had kept him alive long enough to escape the cave. And the bats in that cave, they witnessed the void, the time I be forgetting. Vol'jin hoped that perhaps this vision, even rendered in the bat's sound sight, would show him the void. He hoped the chain could be reforged, yet deep down knew it could not be reforged easily. Hirik, instead, in his wisdom, brought Vol'jin to another place and another time. Crisp edges on stone buildings marked these as new construction, not ruins. He guessed he'd been taken back to when the Zandalari had spawned many troll tribes, and trolls were at the height of their power. The bats circled, then roosted high in towers surrounding a central courtyard, where legions of trolls hemmed in a jostling crowd of insectoid Akiri captives. Amani, forest trolls, fresh from their wars with the Akir. Vol'jin knew the history well, but suspected Hirik wished to remind him of more than the glory days of the Amani Empire. The vision did just that. Trolls drove Akir up stone steps at spear point to where priests waited. Acolytes would hoist the Akir onto stone altars slick with ichor, bellies exposed. Then the celebrant would raise a knife. The blade and the hilt were worked with symbols, one for each Loa. Sound sight let him image the pommel and see Hirik's face there, a heartbeat before the blade plunged down and ripped the sacrifice open. Then, there, above the altar, Hirik himself manifested. The Akir's spirit rose as ethereal steam from the corpse, and the bat god breathed it in. With subtle motions of gentle wings, he pulled more of it to himself, glowing brightly, becoming more sharply defined. Sound sight did not communicate that to Vol'jin. That he saw with his own inner sight, something he'd refined and learned to trust as a shadow hunter. Hirik showed him the proper way to worship, the true glory and honor the Loa were due. A voice sounded in Vol'jin's head, a high, piping voice. You have labored to preserve the dark spears, so there be trolls to worship us. This labor, it be withdrawing you from us. Your body heals, but your soul cannot, won't heal, unless you be returning to the true ways. Abandon your history, and the chasm grows. But will returning make the chasm shrink, Hirik? Vol'jin sat upright, speaking to darkness.
He waited. He listened. No reply came, and he took that as a fell omen. Chapter 10. Kalak refused to huddle beneath the tiger fur cloak, though she was glad for its warmth. The storm had long since shrieked away its fury in battering the wooden ramparts surrounding the harbor on the Isle of Thunder. Sharp breezes and brisk gusts still cut at her exposed flesh. She'd hoped she'd actually consumed enough ice troll flesh that their comfort with the cold would have been transferred to her. But this was not the case. Little matter. I be preferring sand fury flesh. The desert environment gave it more flavor. It did not do her much good here, north of Pandaria. But there would come a time when we retake Kalimdor. That time would come. She knew it. All of the Zandalari did. All troll tribes had descended from their noble lineage, corrupting themselves as they pulled away. One needed to look no further than physiology to prove it. She stood taller than any other troll she'd met who was not pure-blood Zandalari. Their worship of the Loa was a game compared to the devotion she showed the spirits. And while some trolls might reach back and honor those traditions, the Shadow Hunters, a rare example among them, they did not possess the traditions as the Zandalari did. There were times, in her travels through the world, doing the bidding of Vilnakdor, that she thought she had found a hint, perhaps a spark of the ancient ways amid the corrupted ones. She sought those who were throwbacks to the old days, searching often in vain. Many were the pretenders to a mantle they claimed to have inherited from the Zandalari, as if she and her tribe no longer existed. All too often, always in fact, these self-anointed saviors of troll kind were the pathetic product of a degraded society. That they failed so often no longer surprised her. Vilnakdor had risen from among the Zandalari, from a long line of trolls steeped in the lore and traditions that had faithfully been maintained and practiced for millennia. He had not allowed himself the distractions that others had. He did not look upon the Amani and Gurubashi empires as things to be re-established and then elevated. He accepted that their failure marked their inherent instability. To re-establish them was to court failure. So he reached further back into history, to resurrect an alliance that had borne fruit. A Mogu captain approached her, respectful despite her standing on the walls of his city. A head and a half taller than she, ebon-skinned, strongly built, he possessed a leonine aspect that was uniquely suited to Pandaria. His brows, beard, and hair were as white as his flesh was black. When she'd first seen statuary depicting the Mogu, she had thought it highly stylized. Meeting them in the flesh dispelled that notion, and seeing them in action suggested that any